The jurors are present and seated. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Thank you all so much for arriving early today. We really appreciate it. Is the state ready to proceed with their case in chief?
State is ready.
How about the defense?
Defense is ready, Your Honor.
State, call your next witness.
Thank you, Judge. The state calls Dr. Christy Compton.
Doctor, do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth and nothing else? Thank you. State may proceed.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, Dr. Compton.
Good morning.
Could you please state your full name and spell it for the court reporter?
My name is Christy, K-R-I-S-T-I, Compton, C-O-M-P-T-O-N.
What do you do for a living, doctor?
I'm a clinical and forensic psychologist,
How long have you been working in that field?
25 years.
Could you give the jury information on your educational background?
Sure. I have a bachelor's, master's, and PhD in clinical psychology. Following my dissertation, I had a postdoc in forensic psychology at a supermax prison in El Dorado, Kansas, as well as part-time at Bellevue Hospital in New York City. And I have been practicing clinical and forensic psychology since that time.
Do you hold any particular licenses or certifications?
Yes, I'm a licensed psychologist in the state of Texas.
Okay. And do you have to take continuing education to maintain that license?
Yes, you have to have 20 hours each year.
Do you regularly testify as an expert?
I do.
And in fact, yesterday you were testifying in Van Sant County, correct?
I was.
About how many times do you think you've testified as an expert in court?
Over 300.
Just for the state or for the state and defense?
Both.
Do you regularly perform psychological evaluations?
I do.
And what population of people do you normally work with?
Generally, as people that is accused of a criminal offense.
Okay. And what does performing psychological evaluations entail?
Always entails an interview, a review of whatever discovery there is available, testing, psychological testing, and review of any medical records or mental health records that are available.
Did you have an opportunity to evaluate a defendant by the name of Jessica West?
I did.
And when was that evaluation done?
That was March 23rd, 2023, so a little over 2 years ago.
Do you see Jessica West in the courtroom?
I do.
Can you identify her by where she is sitting and an article of clothing she's wearing?
She's sitting on the end of the table, and she has on a green shirt with some white stripes.
Let the record reflect that the witness has identified the defendant in open court.
The record will so reflect.
Now, you were not hired by the state or defense counsel to evaluate the defendant, correct?
That's correct.
So you are an independent and unbiased evaluator.
I was court ordered to evaluate. I don't know who requested it specifically. Usually it's the defense attorneys.
Now, did you obtain consent from the defendant to speak with her and evaluate her?
I did.
What is that evaluation process?
As I said, generally we start with the interview, or psychological testing may have been done previously. Review medical records, obtaining medical records I can, and review a discovery. But the actual contact with the individuals, the interview and psychological testing.
Okay. What was the defendant's mental status at the time of the evaluation?
She was in a good mental state at the time of the evaluation, still experiencing low-level anxiety and depression, but overall in a good mental state.
Okay. Any signs of psychosis?
No, ma'am. No.
Any signs of severe mood instability?
No.
And you said you utilized psychological testing, correct?
Correct.
Which testing did you have the defendant perform?
She completed what's called the Personality Assessment Inventory. It's composed of 365 questions, and it has multiple scales that measure a range of psychiatric conditions and personality dysfunction.
And what is the purpose of that inventory?
Sometimes people are reluctant to disclose everything in an interview, and they're more willing to endorse or not endorse things within an instrument. It also looks at if a person is exaggerating symptoms, trying to, what's called malinger, like fake symptoms. And it also looks at if the person is trying to present themselves as super morally virtuous, and therefore we can assume that they are not completely being honest on the instrument.
So that is built into the testing?
It is, it
Okay.
is.
And what were the conclusions of that test?
I didn't think that she was exaggerating anything. There was no evidence that she was trying to put herself out as extremely morally virtuous. There was evidence of some traumatic stress, which I think was related to the actual incident. There were some levels of anxiety and depression, some borderline traits. And borderline traits meaning issues with abandonment, rejection, feeling the need to be in relationships, but it did not reach the level of a personality disorder. There is no evidence that she harbors antisocial personality traits, which that doesn't mean they don't want to be around people. It means having a criminogenic or a criminal mindset and engaging in repeated aggressive or negative behaviors. So there's no evidence of that and no evidence of what's called psychopathy, which is a severe form of antisocial personality.
Okay, so no diagnosis, she didn't meet the criteria for borderline personality
She
disorder.
did not.
And you said she showed signs of traumatic stress, but that would be related to the collision?
Correct.
Okay. Did she have any type of, meet any type of criteria for a mental health diagnosis?
Yes, I mean, there was depressive disorder and anxiety disorder. Both were in partial remission when I saw her. A traumatic stress response, a specified traumatic stress, that was in remission when I saw her, but there was no psychotic disorder.
Okay. Did you talk to her about suicidal ideation in adulthood?
Yes.
And what did you learn?
She did have previous suicidal ideation. Several years ago, she had considered ingesting Xanax, but did not. She had suffered, I think, from depression, anxiety since her childhood.
Okay. And do you know how old she was when she considered suicide by Xanax?
I believe that was, I would have to look, I think it was early 20s.
Okay. Would you mind checking
Sure.
the report?
I'm sorry, it was 31.
31.
Yeah.
And if she's 35 at the time of this offense, this would be just 4 years prior.
That is correct.
Okay. And so she told you she considered overdosing or taking too much Xanax in order to commit suicide.
That's correct.
When you reviewed her medical records, did you discover she had a diagnosis for ADHD?
She did.
And when was she diagnosed with ADHD?
Age 27.
What is ADHD?
I think it is a condition where a person has neurological dysfunction in the frontal lobes and makes them hyperactive, or they can be very inattentive, difficult to focus, easily distracted, difficulty performing tedious or mundane tasks, and frequently switching between tasks and not completing it.
How is ADHD treated?
Almost always with stimulant medication. There are some non-stimulant medications, but the primary treatment is stimulant medication.
Would that be what we know as Adderall?
Sure,
But there's different types of stimulant medication, correct?
there are.
Okay. About how many types of stimulant medication are there, if you know?
There's Adderall, there's Vyvanse, there's Dextro, amphetamine. There's about 5, I believe, that are on the market right now. And then there's Strattera and Concerta that are and Focalin are non-stimulant brands.
Okay, but around 5 of the stimulants.
I say 5. There's many different combinations.
Sure.
And it depends on the manufacturer. I mean, there's many different combinations.
Do you know how many manufacturers there are?
I don't.
Okay. Several or just a few?
There's several.
Several.
Adderall, once it was able to be generic, and several different companies began manufacturing generic versions of Adderall.
And so multiple manufacturers can manufacture generic Adderall?
Yes.
It's not just one
It
manufacturer,
is
in other
not.
words?
It is not.
records in particular did you review when evaluating Jessica West?
Tri-City Psychiatric Records is where she was diagnosed with the ADHD and prescribed the medication. Baylor Medical Records. There was also McKinney Medical Center. She went there at one time. Excuse me. However, I requested the records, never received. The only information I received was the patient portal information. It was just kind of listed very basic information. Parkland Jail Health Records when she was detained for a short, or when she was detained in jail. And those were the primary documents as far as her mental health that were reviewed.
And then earlier you said you were able to review discovery in the case.
I was.
Could you explain to the jury what that means?
That means the police report, offense report, body cam videos, any medical records that are available on the defendant or the victim at the time of the offense.
So all of the evidence as it relates to the criminal offense itself?
Correct.
And did you also review the Baylor Scott and White emergency department records?
I did.
Judge, the Baylor Scott and White records are already admitted into evidence. I would like to separately admit and publish states 49, which are excerpts from that already admitted evidence, just to make it easier for the jury.
Right, you'd like to publish that portion, is that right?
Correct.
Go ahead.
I've labeled it under states 49 though, just so it's separate and easier to access.
Okay. Court will note that. And describe 49 again?
49 are excerpts from the emergency department record, starting with page 33, then page 40, then page 42 of the voluminous record.
Thank you.
So at the top of this record, doctor, we see patient Jessica West with Baylor University emergency department records, correct?
Correct.
And these are the records that you previously reviewed for your evaluation.
That's correct.
Going down to the bottom of this page,
You may want to resume it for the jury.
yes, Judge. We see a history that's included. And at the bottom here, it says, in the room, patient is altered and not answering questions appropriately. She reports being, quote, very high and taking, quote, lots of drugs. And those are direct quotes of what the patient told the staff. Can that be consistent with intentionally taking too much of her prescription medication?
It could be.
Especially since the only drug in her system was amphetamine, correct?
Correct.
On page 40, we see that the differential diagnosis includes substance abuse, correct?
Correct.
And that would be because the quantity of amphetamine in her system was above the therapeutic amount.
That's correct.
And then again, on page 42, we see final diagnoses of amphetamine abuse, correct?
Correct.
What is a therapeutic amount of a drug? Like, what does that mean?
It means how much is in a person's blood system. It's called nanograms per milliliter of blood. And it differs according to the drug that you're taking, of course. And with Adderall, this is just generic Adderall, it's, usually between 30 to 40 is in nanograms per milliliter. Can go a little higher, but normally it's right around there.
And that is the actual quantity in the blood, correct?
It is, yes.
The nanograms per milliliter,
Correct.
which is different than a prescription amount, which would be in milligrams, correct?
Correct, yes.
So when we're talking about therapeutic amount, the numbers that you're giving me are the amount in the blood.
It's in the bloodstream. yes.
Okay, and you said 30 to 40 nanograms in the blood is the therapeutic range, correct?
It can go a little higher, but that's.
Top end of 50?
Mhm, Probably.
Okay. And you said earlier you also reviewed the Tri-Cities Psychiatric Services records, correct?
Correct.
Judge, I'm going to tender to defense State's Exhibit 50, which is the Tri-City Psychiatric Services records. This has been uploaded and discoverable on TechShare since January 24th of 24 with a business record affidavit. State would move to admit and publish.
Any objections?
No objections, Your Honor.
All right, State's Exhibit 50 is admitted for all purposes.
And then just for convenience of the jury, again, state would like to admit and publish States 51, which are excerpts from the voluminous records.
That's fine.
So publishing States 51, which are excerpts from the voluminous records. We see these are the records of Tri-City Psychiatric Services, correct?
Correct.
And I've pulled records that start the year of this collision. This is leading up to it, August 5th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And here, the patient tells her treatment provider that the Adderall wears off quickly, correct?
Yes.
And leading up to the collision, it's noted throughout, denies manic symptoms, correct?
Correct.
We see reporting no hallucinations, delusions, or other symptoms of psychotic process, correct? Moving on to September 9th of 2020, we see again denies manic symptoms,
Correct.
and we see no hallucinations, delusions, or other symptoms of psychotic process are reported, correct?
Correct.
October 22nd of 2020, we see again denies manic symptoms
Correct.
and reports no hallucinations, delusions, or other symptoms of psychotic process.
Correct.
And then this is the last appointment prior to the collision dated December 9th, 2020, which would be just days before the collision, correct?
Correct.
And here we see no symptoms of mania and no hallucinations, delusions, or other symptoms of psychotic process, correct?
Correct.
How would you describe her mental state up until this point?
It had been stable.
Stable. And this is just days before the collision.
Yes.
Now we jump to March 18th of 2021, which would be after the collision which killed Charles Hudson, correct?
Yes.
And here we see that the defendant said that she had a manic episode and she was driving the wrong way, the wrong direction, and someone got killed in that accident, correct?
Yes.
She stated she was hearing voices and feeling paranoid at the time, stated it happened just one time, correct?
Correct.
But then looking down, we see no symptoms of mania at that time.
On the date she was seen, that's correct.
Correct. And then no hallucinations, delusions, or other symptoms of psychotic process, correct?
Yes, on that date, that's correct.
Sure. So at this date, after the collision, no evidence of mania or psychotic symptoms.
That's correct.
And then we go to the next page, still from that 3/18/21 date. They continued her on Adderall, correct? So her prescription was not changed or reduced after this psychotic episode, correct?
I don't believe so.
Going to April the 15th of 2021. Again, we see denies manic symptoms and no hallucinations, delusions, or other symptoms of psychotic process, correct?
That's correct.
And the second page, still from that same date, April 15th, 2021, continue current meds, correct?
Correct.
She's still taking the same dosage of Adderall.
Correct.
May the 12th of 2021. We see still no signs of mania or hallucinations or indicators of psychotic process, correct?
Correct.
And she's still being continued on the same treatment of Adderall, correct?
Correct.
August the 12th of 2021. Same state of no psychotic process, correct?
Correct.
And the second page from that same date, continuing the same treatment, continuing on Adderall, correct?
Correct.
September 10th of 2021. Still no evidence of psychosis, correct?
Correct.
Second page from that same date, September 10th of 2021, continuing same treatment, continuing on Adderall, correct?
Correct.
And October the 8th of 2021, still no hallucinations, delusions, or other symptoms of psychotic process,
Correct.
and continuing the same treatment on Adderall, correct?
Correct.
What was her mental state after the collision, according to these records?
According to these records, she had been stable.
April 21st of 2022. This is in her medical record where it says that the patient called and she stated that her attorney asked for a letter, stated that she was under our care last October and that Adderall can cause psychosis. That looks like a request from the patient to get that information, correct?
Correct.
And then we see a letter from her treating physician that simply states, this letter is to advise that Ms. Jessica West, date of birth 6/18/84, was under our care from May 13th, 2016 until May 1st, 2019, and July 8, 2020 until October 8 of 2021. She was diagnosed with ADHD and was taking Adderall.
Correct.
It looks like they declined to include the request of Adderall causes psychosis.
It appears they did not.
How much Adderall was the defendant prescribed?
A very high dose. It was between 80 and 90 milligrams, which is above what is normally recommended.
And why would she be prescribed that high of a dose?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to speculation.
If you know, doctor. If you don't know, don't answer.
I don't know for sure why it should be prescribed.
Okay.
Because objection is sustained.
Would that be in divided doses or something else?
I'm not sure I understand your question.
Would she be taking that dosing all at once or throughout the day?
Oh, no, it was throughout the day.
Throughout the day. What would happen if you take that dosing all at once?
Well, first it could be life-threatening, but it can also create a cascade of mental dysfunction because it's stimulant medication.
And certainly if you took even higher than the recommended dosage all at once, would cause even more problems.
Of course.
Do we know if the prescription that she was given was regular release or extended release?
I believe it was regular.
Regular. What is the difference between regular release and extended release?
Extended release is that a small amount is released in your system throughout a specified time period. For regular release, it is distributed in your system much more rapidly.
What is the typical dosage for adults?
Around 40 and at the highest end around 60.
40 to 60 milligrams per day.
Correct.
And again, there's a distinction between milligrams, which is the dosing, and nanograms, which is in the blood, correct?
That's correct, yeah.
Now, you had an opportunity to review the toxicology report from Swifts, correct?
Correct.
And in that report, it showed she had 216.5 nanograms per milliliter of amphetamine in her blood.
Yeah,
Correct.
plus or minus about 16, so it'd be 200 to 232. That
Okay.
would be the range.
And earlier you told me that the therapeutic blood range is typically 30 to 40 nanograms, correct?
Up to 50,
Up to 50 being the highest.
usually, yes.
So she had 166.5 nanograms per milliliter above the highest therapeutic blood range.
150 to 166, yes.
Does prescription Adderall typically come with a label on the bottle?
All medications do, so yes.
And specifically warning labels.
Sure.
What is the purpose of warning labels?
Well, like on anything, to alert the person that a medication may cause negative side effects.
What is the warning labels on Adderall? Like, what do they caution a person about?
The warning labels on the absolute bottle or just the warning labels in general?
In general for Adderall.
There's a list of warning labels, negative side effects. You can have heart palpitation, stroke, heart attack, mania, potential psychosis, increased anxiety, even drowsiness. Sometimes people have a paradoxical effect and have drowsiness. Caution in driving, operating, vehicles until you know how it's going to affect you.
And Judge, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Now, for demonstrative purposes, I'm going to show you states 52 through 57, 52, 53, and 54. What are these photos of?
Just photos of generic Adderall.
Okay. And in states 55, 56, and 57, what are those photos of?
I believe this is generic Vyvanse.
Okay, which is a type of amphetamine.
It is.
Okay. And these also show the common warning labels that are associated on this prescription.
That's correct.
Okay, would this aid the jury in understanding what these bottles and warnings look like?
Sure.
Tendering to defense counsel, and state would move to publish, just for demonstrative purposes, 52 through 57.
Your Honor, may I take this witness on board?
You may.
Hi, Dr. Compton, how are you?
I'm good, how are you?
These exhibits 52 through 57 depict a prescription bottle, is that correct?
They do.
And it gives the name dextroamphetamine. Is that the generic name for amphetamine?
It's one of the generic names for Adderall.
And on these particular photographs, is Jessica West's name on these pill bottles?
No,
And do we know for sure, and the milligrams or the nanograms that are prescribed on these photographs for this medication, is it the same as that reflected in the records for Jessica West?
no.
Is there anything on these photographs that would be the same as the medication prescribed for Jessica West?
Not that I saw.
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to State's Exhibits 52 through 57 being misleading, not relevant, and it does not create a picture in the jury's mind that is correct regarding the medication that was provided to Jessica West.
Thank you. What's the state's response?
Judge, it's a demonstrative as to the type of warning labels that are associated on amphetamine prescriptions. The witnesses testified that the defendant was on generic Adderall. One of these is generic Adderall. It doesn't have to be the same prescription dosage. The warning labels are on all the prescriptions.
And Your Honor, I believe the witness also testified that the warning labels are gonna be specific to that particular person, and the warning labels can vary.
Defense objection is sustained. I will not admit those exhibits.
For the prescription level of Adderall that the defendant was taking, would it warn her about operating a vehicle?
Your Honor, I'm gonna object to speculation.
Overruled.
Anytime that you get a prescription of Adderall or any generic Adderall from the pharmacy, there's going to be the warnings attached to, it's usually written out in paper form, it's not exactly on the bottle. On the bottle may be very limited, but then you have a list that's given to you
Right, and
at the pharmacy.
it usually warns you not to be cautioned when you are operating heavy machinery or a vehicle, correct?
Yes, until you know how the substance is going to affect you.
Okay. What does the term half-life mean?
Half-life means how long it takes for any substance in your system to decrease by half its potency.
And what is the half-life of Adderall?
Usually between 9 to 10 hours.
What are the symptoms of someone who is high on Adderall?
Often you will see what is considered mania, someone who is hyperactive, maybe laughing, maybe crying hysterically, very agitated, not making sense, speech is pressured or unable to understand. There's also the potential of psychosis, which is hallucinations, hearing or seeing things that we can't see, or hopefully we can't see, and delusions, believing things that are out of touch with objective reality. So those are the two biggest things that you see with any type of amphetamine-induced mood disorder or psychosis.
Do you believe the mental health episode that the defendant experienced on December 17th, 2020 was drug-induced psychosis?
I do.
And that was caused by the level of amphetamine in her system, correct?
That would be correct.
Is it possible the defendant was hoarding her prescription medication?
Sure, anything's possible.
Is it possible that the defendant took too much of her prescription medication?
It's possible.
Is it possible that she took her prescription dosage all at once instead of spread throughout the day?
Possible.
Have you evaluated patients before that have abused their prescription medication?
I have.
And the emergency department medical record where we saw she admitted to taking lots of drugs, that can be consistent with intentionally taking too much Adderall.
It would be.
Was the defendant's condition on December 17th of 2020 organic or non-organic?
I believe it was a non-organic mania psychosis, and non-organic means it is not a product of something internally going on that is not affected by drugs or alcohol or some external stimulus.
So in other words, this wasn't a pre-existing mental health condition.
No, there wasn't, neurotransmitters going off in her brain that caused it. There were neurotransmitters going off in her brain, but it wasn't caused from that.
Did the defendant ever have any more psychotic breaks?
She did. She had another one in October of 2021.
So almost a year after the collision that killed Mr. Hudson.
Almost, yes.
Her last visit with Tri-City Psychiatric Services, according to those records and the letter from the doctor, was October 8th of 2021.
Correct.
So presumably the psychotic break happened after that appointment, since there were no signs of mania or psychosis at that time, correct? What happened during this second psychotic break?
She began hearing voices and was told to leave because her enemy was a roommate. Her roommate was the enemy and was going to harm her. Her roommate, I believe, contacted the police, and she was found outside naked. And she was taken to Baylor Hospital in McKinney on a mental health, what's called emergency mental health warrant by police, where they're held for 72 hours. And she was there between October 15th, 21 to October 20th, 21.
Does that further inform your decision that the events of December 17th, 2020 were drug-induced?
Yeah, the urine toxicology screen was again positive for amphetamines, but she then terminated using Adderall, and has had no further manic or psychotic breaks. As of March 23rd, 2023, when I saw her.
Now, you did some research into the type of prescription that she was filling from the pharmacy, correct?
I did.
Were you ever able to find out who the manufacturer of that prescription was?
I was not.
Why?
That's a good question. I went to the FDA. I wanted to see what the manufacturer was. I had the number of the prescription. I put it in, and all it would show me is that it was probably recalled, but I don't know why. I even sent in a FOIA request to try and get information from the FDA, Freedom of Information Act, I'm sorry, to try and get information from the FDA on the specific number, identifying number, and received nothing at all.
So there was a recall for one particular manufacturer of Adderall, correct?
There was certainly a recall for Adderall, and I know for a fact there was one manufacturer. I don't know if there's more, because I'm lacking information.
Who was that manufacturer?
I think it was Aravindo.
Okay, but we don't know whether that was the manufacturer for this defendant's Adderall,
I
correct?
don't know.
Okay, and we don't know even if that was the manufacturer that her prescription would be affected by the recall, correct?
Exactly.
And what was
Lack of information.
the recall for?
There had been Adderall on the market that was considered super potent, that was creating psychotic, manic, heart attacks, strokes, etc. in individuals, and it was recalled.
Okay. Do you recall when that recall was initiated?
It was in 2019, I believe it was August. I'd have to look, but I believe it was August 2019 when it was initiated.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
look to be the recall information, in general for that particular manufacturer?
Yes, yes.
And does that refresh your memory on the recall
It
date?
was September 2019, I'm sorry.
No worries. So this is more than a year prior to the collision, correct?
Yes,
Do pharmacies pull recalled prescription drugs off their shelves?
yes.
Because that would be an incredible liability for a pharmacy to dispense recalled drugs, correct?
Most certainly.
I'll pass the witness.
Defense?
Thank you, Your Honor. May I please support? Dr. Compton, how are you?
I am good, how are you?
I'm good. And Dr. Compton, you did the assessment on Jessica West, is that correct?
I did.
And I believe generally it's through the request of the defense attorney, correct?
Almost always.
And I do believe that I sent you over or opened up discovery with the office reports and any other records that were relevant to this particular case, is that correct?
That's probably true.
And based on that, that's when you did your assessment and your assessment and interview of Jessica West, correct?
Correct.
All right. So let's talk about that FDA recall that we're talking about. The FDA, what does that stand for?
Food and Drug Administration.
And the Food and Drug Administration constantly, I guess, supervises or oversees different drugs and other things, is that correct?
Reportedly.
Okay. And on this particular recall, you would agree with me that the recall initiation date is September 19, 2019, correct?
For that manufacturer, yes. Yes.
Okay. And do you recall what the termination date or the end date of these services were for
Yeah,
the
I believe-
investigation?
I believe the last time she saw the psychiatrist Tri-City was in 2021.
Okay. You know, may I approach this witness?
You may.
And Dr. Compton, I'm just gonna use this to kind of refresh the recollection for the FDA report that you kind of reviewed when you were assessing
Yes.
Jessica West.
Yes. Mhm.
What are NBC packages?
They can be, sometimes they are sample packages of different people. Sometimes they are experimental packages. It depends on the context.
Okay. What does NDC stand for?
I don't remember.
Okay. Okay. And Dr. Compton, in State's Exhibit number 51, which are the Tri-City Psychiatric Services record, correct? State's Exhibit 51,
Yes.
Tri-Cities. And I'm gonna direct your attention to 12/9/2020 for Dr. Zaidi. Dr. Zaidi saw Jessica West on December 9th, 2020, and based on that, she refilled the prescription, is that correct? Was that your testimony, that she
Yes.
refilled her prescription?
I'm assuming, yes.
And can I show you? based on those records, in her report from December 9, 2020, does it indicate that she refilled the prescription for Jessica West?
Okay.
Try some.
Right here, up there.
All I'm really seeing is that meds are working fine.
I'm sorry, so in the complete record, there's a second page
Okay.
for the December 9th, 2020 visit. And from that, do you see where her prescription was refilled again?
Yes, it says to continue Adderall 20 milligrams twice a day, and then Adderall 20 milligrams, 1 tablet 3 times a day is directed.
Okay. Dr. Compton, I'm showing you what is going to be space exhibit number 1. Do you recognize what that is?
Sex exhibit or defense exhibit?
Defense exhibit number 1, sorry.
That's the prescription for Adderall,
And is
or
this,
amphetamine salts.
and is this prescription consistent with the notations that were given on December 9th, 2020?
It is for one of the prescriptions, for the 20 milligrams 3 times a day.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I will offer defense exhibit number 1 to defense counsel for any objections.
Would you describe, defense exhibit 1 again, please?
It is a picture of the prescription from December 9th, 2020.
If you would just give me a moment, Judge.
Of course. From Dr. Zaidi?
Yes.
No objection, Your Honor.
All right, defense exhibit number 1 is admitted for all purposes.
So again, Dr. Compton, on state defense exhibit number 1, we see that this is a prescription for Jessica West, correct?
Correct,
And we see that this prescription was filled or promised December 9th, 2020, correct?
correct,
And the prescription amount is for amphetamine salts,
correct,
and that's the 20 milligrams taken 1 time by mouth, 3 times a day, correct?
correct,
And specifically, it just indicates morning, midday, and evening.
correct.
And on this particular prescription, it also has the NDC number, is that correct?
Sure does.
And that NDC number is 13107-0073-01, correct?
Correct.
And that is what manufacturers use as far as identifying medication?
Yes,
Okay. And when we're talking about an FDA recall, generally, for an FDA recall, they'll state the name of the drug, is that correct?
they will.
Okay.
Not
And on-
necessarily the manufacturer, that comes later.
Okay. And they will also have that NDC number, which is the lot number for the medication, is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did you have a chance to do research regarding the FDA recall?
I did.
And the recall specifically was talking about super potency of this particular prescription, Adderall, correct? Or amphetamine salts.
And that was the difficulty I had. There was super potency recall. And it was an Arabendo pharmacy. All I had was the number, which coincides with this number right here, and it's showing the manufacturer as the one that had the recall.
Okay, so the number that you're referring to in defense exhibit number 1, the NDC number,
Correct.
13107-0073-01, coincides with the lot numbers in that recall, is that correct?
It does. hold on, I don't wanna say that incorrectly. It coincides with what I was able to find on the FDA website, that it was Aravindo Pharmacy that had the super potency that was recalled. I don't know if it was specific to that lot number, because I was using that number to try and find out, and it was not given to me.
And I'm gonna, may I approach again, Your Honor?
You may.
In defendant's exhibit number 2, can you describe what this is?
This is a recall statement. Yeah. And it has a recall date, product description, Aravindo Pharmacy, and recalled NDC packages, which is the numbers.
At this time, Your Honor, I'm gonna tender to state defense exhibit number 2 for any objection.
Recall statement by who?
The FDA.
Okay.
Judge, I'm gonna object to foundation, authentication, and hearsay.
Your Honor, my
Did you
response.
expound on that?
The foundation hasn't been laid to authenticate this document, I don't know where this came from. And there's hearsay statements in this. We've got no verification or validation about any of this information contained in this document.
All right, Dr. Compton, were you the one who made that document?
I did not.
Dr. Compton, did you do research and came to that same information?
It's very similar information I got from the FDA website.
That's not enough foundation.
I can, Doctor, specifically, Doctor, what I'm talking about, when we're talking about the FDA, the recall for super potency on this particular drug, amphetamine salt, we talked about the NDC number, correct?
Correct.
And the NDC number that's on the prescription, the actual prescription that was filled on December 9th, 2020 by Jessica West, has a specific NDC number, correct?
It does.
Okay, when you did your research for the FDA recall, talking about super potency of this particular drug, you weren't able to find out who the manufacturer was, correct?
I could not.
But the FDA listed these particular drugs and this particular lot numbers, which are the NDC numbers, correct?
Correct.
And the NDC number that is on Jessica West's prescription is the same NDC numbers that's in that batch of recall, is that correct?
It is.
Okay. And based on the FDA investigation, this investigation began September of 2019, correct?
I don't know if it began in September 2019. That's when it was realized.
Okay. And the termination date, meaning that it was closed out, wasn't until 2023, is that correct?
I think the final analysis was in 2023.
That is correct. And that falls within the date of the accident of December 16th, December 17th of 2020, is that correct?
It does.
And if in fact, the medication that was prescribed to Jessica West is in that batch where they had some concerns of super potency, would that not be a possibility of the reason as to why her tox levels are so high if there is a super potent drug?
Absolutely. It could be.
Okay. And so what we're saying is that is a possible answer or a possible conclusion as to the toxic levels that were found in her blood that was drawn on December 17, 2020, is that correct?
That's correct.
And so that indication could be contrary to what the state is suggesting as abuse of the medication drug.
Yeah, I don't think there's any doubt that she was in a substance-induced manic and psychotic state.
And Dr. Compton, let's talk about
psychosis. There's been a lot of talk about psychosis, and I know that's a medical term. Can you give us a definition of what psychosis is?
Sure. It is when our brain basically is playing tricks on us and we start believing, hearing, seeing things that are out of touch with reality.
Okay. So, to clarify, an altered mental state, correct?
You bet. Hallucinations, delusions, people often become hyper-religious in mania and their psychosis.
Thank you.
Lots of nakedness also in mania.
Okay. And Dr. Compton, that would be different from insanity, which is a legal terminology, correct?
Oh, you bet, yes.
Okay. And do you know the definition of insanity?
I do.
Okay. Can you tell me?
It's a legal definition.
Okay.
It's not as like, it is whether a person has a mental disease or defect, and at the time of the offense, it was active and it prevented them from knowing right from wrong. However, it cannot be due to the voluntary ingestion of any substances or due to repeated antisocial behavior.
Okay. And so a distinction between psychosis and sanity, right?
You bet. And insanity is a legal construct.
Okay. And you testified, like, the behaviors that you kind of reviewed and assessed from Jessica from December 16th, 2020 through the morning hours of December 17th, 2020, is that consistent with psychosis?
Oh, yes.
Okay. And we're talking about her, I believe that there were issues of her pulling out hair from her head
She was.
and inserting it into her vagina,
Correct.
inserting a key fob of her vagina.
Correct. They couldn't find the key until they discovered it at the hospital.
That is correct. And her being naked at the time of the offense.
That's correct, and she was not responding to the cold or her injuries. And it was, I think, around 30 degrees out that day.
And I guess one of the side effects of Adderall is a person's temperature or body temperature rises. Is that correct?
Significantly.
Okay. And that would account for the nakedness or the removing of clothes, possibly.
Also, when a person is manic and psychotic, and I believe she is both of those times, often external perceptions are not accurately perceived. Like you'll see someone on the street in the summer wearing a coat. It's that sort of thing.
Okay. And doctor, you would agree with me, like when a person fills their prescription, we have to sometimes take into account human error. Is that correct?
I think in everything.
In everything, correct?
Yes.
So it's possible that the prescription that she filled on December 9th, 2020 could have some human error, maybe that she wasn't getting the prescription that was prescribed by the doctor at that time. Is that correct?
I'm gonna object to speculation.
The dosage, sorry.
Overall,
It's possible that the dosage that was prescribed by her doctor, then doctor, could be something different that was actually filled by a pharmacist. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. And we talked about another psychotic break or episode that happened in October of 2021, correct?
Correct.
Same kind of observations where she began to hear voices, got naked, and things of that nature. All would testify to psychosis. Is that correct?
Correct.
And still, when we're talking about the medication that she's talking about, we still have to account for possible error, human error by a pharmacist. Is that correct?
Of course.
And we still have to account for possibly that the superpotency of this particular prescription falls within that FDA recall. Is that
It
correct?
could, yes.
And so, Doctor, you also reviewed the records from Baylor Scott and White when Jessica White was admitted into the hospital there, correct?
I did.
And the state gave you excerpts from that particular medical report where she was given statements, is that correct?
Correct.
So were you able to review that while she was at the hospital, they in fact gave her different medications to sedate her or to counteract any kind of psychotic episode she was having.
Absolutely, she was given anxiolytics and an antipsychotic.
Okay. And that would include the Halidol and also Ativan?
Yes,
Okay. And she was given those particular drugs in different dosages, correct?
correct.
And so when she was talking to medical staff, is it possible when she made the statements, I'm on a lot of drugs, that she was accounting for the drugs, the psychotic medication to counteract her behavior at the hospital she was talking about?
Objection, speculation.
Is it possible?
Overruled.
Is it possible that she was referring to the medication that was administered to her to counteract her psychotic episode?
It's possible.
And so, based on your assessment of Jessica West, your conclusion is that she wasn't exaggerating, she wasn't faking,
No.
faking any of her symptoms. In fact, you stated that when you interviewed her, she was still under a traumatic stress and anxiety at that particular point in time.
That's correct.
And did you base that upon the collision or the accident that happened on December 16th?
I believe that was the primary traumatic event at that time that was causing ongoing symptoms.
Okay. And let's talk about, during your interview, when it was disclosed that she had suicidal ideations, okay? And that happened 4 years prior to this particular accident that happened on December 16th, 17th, 2020. Is that correct? And in that, she stated that she had suicidal ideation. Was that based upon a long-term relationship that had ended?
Yes, I believe it was a 7-year relationship that had ended.
Okay. And she stated Xanax was what she was thinking about, correct?
Correct.
And based on your assessment, did you ever learn that she actually followed through or attempted?
No.
And Dr. Compton, also, you made some actual findings that, the possibility of another psychotic break after the October incident was low.
That's correct.
And what did you base that upon?
I believe the psychotic breaks, they aren't organic. I think they were substance induced. And she said she was no longer taking the Adderall, so the possibility of stimulant-induced psychosis was then negated.
Okay. And doctor, did you indicate to her that once she has one psychotic episode on this particular amphetamine, Adderall, that the possibilities would be that she could likely have another psychotic episode?
She could, yes, and especially if she resumed any stimulant medication.
Dr. Compton, you would agree with me, would you agree with me? If a person is abusing their prescription medication, would they go to their provider and tell them of a psychotic break?
On
That
the
would-
medication,
Yes.
Objection as to speculation.
And I,
Sustained.
all right. Dr. Compton, just because a person has a psychotic break, that doesn't in and of itself indicate that there is abuse of medication.
that's correct.
And there was nothing in her medical history, or psychiatric history, or any interview that you did of Jessica West that would indicate to you that there is any type of abuse of her prescriptions.
There was no indication in her medical records or during my interview that she had abused substances or alcohol.
Nothing further. Thank you, doctor.
State.
Thank you, Judge. In Defense Exhibit 1, that for the defendant's prescription, it warns drug may impair ability to operate a vehicle, vessel, or machine. Use care, correct?
Correct,
And these were those warning labels that we were talking about earlier, correct?
correct,
Also says may cause dizziness.
correct.
And we see that this was filled on December the 9th of 2020, correct?
Correct.
And we talked earlier how she was prescribed rapid release, not extended release, correct?
Yes, I did not see that it was extended release.
Okay, so when she's taking a dosage from this prescription, it is immediate.
It's not immediate. The difference between extended release and just a general release is that it just gets into your system quicker. So it's not an immediate release, but within 30, 40 minutes, it
Sure.
should be pretty fully released.
So within 30 to 40 minutes, it's reaching its peak of its therapeutic
Usually about
effect,
2 to 3 hours it will
Okay.
reach its peak.
2 to 3 hours. So let's say she starts taking this the same day, she would experience any effects of that medication on December the 9th of 2020.
Yes,
Then December the 10th of 2020, she's experiencing those effects from the medication.
Can I clarify what you mean by
Yes.
that?
Yes, so these are not extended release tablets, right?
Correct,
So you're saying it reaches its efficacy within 30 minutes to 2 hours?
2 to 3 hours.
2 to 3 hours, okay. So any effect that this drug has, she's experiencing the effects within 2 to 3 hours of consuming and ingesting this medication, correct?
And then it will gradually go down over 9 hours, yes.
Okay, as it comes out of her system.
Correct.
And how long would it take for the drug to leave her system?
Total time would be 18 hours,
Okay.
approximately.
Okay, but there's dosage that's split up through the day, correct?
Correct,
3 times a day as directed
correct,
on this specific prescription.
correct.
So, December the 9th of 2020, which is when she fills it, she would experience any effects of that medication.
She would,
December the 10th of 2020, she would experience any effects of that medication.
that's correct,
December 11th, she would experience the effects of this medication.
correct.
Sorry to do this to you. The
I-
12th,
Yeah, ongoing,
the
every day.
13th,
Correct,
the 14th,
yes,
the 15th,
yep,
the 16th.
yes,
Days leading up to this collision, she would have already experienced the effects of this medication, correct?
it certainly would be in her system, she would be having either therapeutic effects or non-therapeutic effects.
And you don't know that this specific filled medication is actually super potent, do you?
It was on the list that was recalled.
Okay, and what was the purpose of that recall? What was the danger that the manufacturer was warning about?
Super potency.
And what does that cause?
Well, that can cause heart attack, stroke, psychosis, mania. Those are the biggest ones.
Okay, and we know from her medical records that she reported not hearing voices until the night prior, I believe?
What she told me was the night before she began hearing.
Okay, so we're not seeing any evidence of psychosis until the night prior.
That's correct.
And she's presumably taking this medication from December the 9th leading up to when this collision occurs, correct?
That's correct.
Then we don't have another until almost a year later, correct?
Correct.
And all of her records leading up to that second psychotic break show no psychosis and no mania, correct?
That is correct.
And on this, after this second time, she decides to quit using Adderall.
That's correct.
And at no time between when the collision occurred and the second psychotic break did her psychiatrist recommend a different medication or removing her from amphetamine, correct?
Not that I could tell.
The act of taking medication and consuming it is a choice, correct?
Of course.
So if she experienced psychosis from her prescription medication, that is a choice she made to consume it.
Yes.
And when she had a second psychotic break, after already experiencing one already, that was a choice she made to take that medication.
It was.
I'll pass the witness.
Defense?
Dr. Cummings, just a follow-up, real briefly. Defense exhibit number 1. On this prescription, it was promised 12/9/2020, correct?
Correct.
There's no indication if she actually received it or started the medication on that day, correct?
That's correct.
And so based on that, we can't say when she ingested the first pill, is that correct?
That would be correct. Yes.
And in your review of her records, she had been under a doctor's care, is that correct?
She had been, yes.
Yes, under Dr. Zady's care for the last 5 years preceding the accident in 2020, is that correct?
I think that's approximately, yes, 5 years.
And you would agree with me, if a person is under a doctor's care who has a medical license, that person would tend to do what the doctor says.
We tend to trust our physicians.
That is correct. Thank you, doctor. And did you learn in your interview of Jessica West if she had any knowledge or specific knowledge or training in pharmaceuticals or prescriptions or anything like that?
No, ma'am.
So is it fair to say that if she's taking medication, she doesn't know if it's super potent or if it is in fact what it is? She's relying on pharmacy or her doctor, is that correct?
That would be correct.
And you would agree with me, psychosis is an episode, a manic episode, not ongoing, correct?
It's episodic, it's not present all the time. It is in a few folks, but normally it's episodic.
Okay, so it wouldn't be abnormal that when she went to her doctor preceding the accident on December 17, 2020, that she did not have any hallucinations. That wouldn't be abnormal, correct?
It would not be.
And when she saw her doctor after the accident, I believe the first doctor's visit was March 18, 2021, correct?
Correct.
And based on the records that you reviewed, on that date, March 18, 2021, she informed her doctor of the episode that she had on December 17, 2020, correct?
Correct.
Is it fair to say, when she disclosed that information on March 18, 2021, she would not have disclosed the information of her having a manic or psychotic episode if she were in fact abusing her prescription
Objection to
drug?
speculation.
Approved.
Would you agree with me that when she went to her doctor on March 18, 2021, after the accident, if she had been abusing her prescription drugs, she then would not have disclosed that information to her medical provider that was actually prescribing medication?
That would be unlikely.
And in your report, you stated that the amount that was prescribed to Jessica West, you thought that that was a high amount.
It is, it's one of the upper limits. It's actually a little higher than what is recommended.
And doctor, based on your information, when she disclosed to her doctor on March 18, 2021, about a possible or real psychotic episode, would you find it odd that she would prescribe the medication or that same medication,
I do.
that actual dosage? Why is that?
Whenever anyone comes to you and says that they had an episode and it's at the age at which Miss West had it, you start going, okay, we gotta start going through all the potential reasons why the psychotic episode spontaneously happened. And one of them most definitely can be, and I've seen it many, many times, amphetamines.
And Dr. Compton, you are a psychologist. Do you prescribe medication?
I do not.
And psychiatrists are the persons or personnel that prescribes medication, is that correct?
Yes.
And if a person is prescribing Adderall, amphetamines, would it, in your estimation, would that person check blood levels or check that person on the medication periodically to see how that person is
Yeah.
performing on the medication?
Periodically, there's urine drug screenings required sometimes, not by all doctors. Some doctors require it, some don't. Very rare, sometimes they'll do blood levels to make sure that the person is not abusing the substance, because it's addictive, as is Xanax, as is some other psychotropic medications. So you have to be careful when they're prescribed.
Okay. And on her actual prescription in Defense Exhibit number 1, her instructions are to take the medication morning, midday, and evening. Is that correct? If a person takes it at a different time each day, would that account for some variation in the numbers that you would see in a toxicology report?
It could.
And so if she's not giving the instruction of taking it at specific times, say 7, 3, and 7, and she kind of varies in her times, that can explain some variation in the toxicology.
It could. You'd have to take it pretty close together.
Okay. And in that particular instructions that she had, it says use caution when driving. Is that correct?
Yes.
And if someone has been on this medication for 5+ years and using that medication, you can't say that the person didn't use caution while driving, correct?
No, I mean, the warning really means until, well, when I say what it really means, when you have the fuller explanation, just until you know how the medication is going to affect you.
Correct. Okay.
And that's on a lot of medications.
And prior to the tragic accident that happened on December 17, 2020, in your assessment of her, medical record, psychiatrist notes, and anything like that, there was no indication that she ever had any kind of psychosis or psychotic episode prior to this, correct?
None that I could find.
And we're talking about super potent of the FDA recall. When we're saying super potent, we don't know what the super potency is that correct? And so,
We do not know.
okay, all we know that it has more of what was anticipated or prescribed of the amount, is that correct?
That is correct.
And if in fact Jessica West's prescription falls within that FDA recall because her number falls within that particular classification, we don't know how that would affect her numbers as far as a toxicology report.
We do not.
It could very well be possible that her numbers will be elevated because of superpotency.
Could be.
Nothing further. Thank you, doctor.
State,
No further questions, Your Honor.
may this witness be released?
No objection.
No, subject to recall, Your Honor.
All right, thank you, doctor. Please stay in touch with the state in case the defense needs to recover. Thank you.
Thank you.
State, call your next witness.
Your Honor, members of the jury, the state rests its case in chief.
Thank you. What says the defense?
Your Honor, may we approach?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, defense would ask the court to consider a directed verdict that the state has not met its burden of proof in their prima facie case.
Thank you. What's the state's response?
Judge, we don't believe that that direct verdict should be granted. As the court knows, we need to provide a mere scintilla of evidence to suggest each element in the charge, and Judge, we have done so. We presented more than enough witnesses here at this time, from Tramika Davis, Detectives Kincaid, Detective Cheney, who all identify Jessica West as driving the vehicle directly onto oncoming traffic on I-30 in Dallas County, state of Texas, on December 17th of 2020. So for those reasons, we believe it should be denied at this time.
I agree. The state has presented a scintilla of evidence, and the defendant's motion is denied.
Your Honor, may I call my client at this time?
You may. Ms. West, would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Please state your name for the record.
Jessica West.
And Ms. West, you are currently in your trial at this particular point in time, correct?
Yes.
And you have a constitutional right to testify during the guilt innocence phase of these proceedings. Is that your understanding?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you made a decision as to whether or not you would like to testify during the guilt innocence phase of this trial?
Yes, I have.
And what is that decision?
I would not.
And are you making that decision freely and voluntarily?
Yes, I am.
And Ms. West, have I done everything you've asked me to do regarding this particular case?
100%.
And has my co-counsel, Myra McIntosh, done everything that she has done to help out in this particular trial?
Yes.
And our investigator, LaRoy Nolens, has he investigated and done everything that he could in order to go forward in this particular case?
Yes.
And do you have any questions or concerns regarding the proceedings at this particular point in time?
Not at this point in time, no.
And are you satisfied with all of our services at this time? That being me, Monique Ward, Myra McIntosh, and Laura Nolan?
Yes.
And have we talked to or subpoenaed everyone that you wanted us to talk to in regarding this case?
Yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you. Ms. West, your attorney has asked you all the right questions, okay? And yeah, I mean, you've been present throughout the beginning of this trial through voir dire, when both sides and the court talked about your right to remain silent or to testify if you want to, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Parties voir dire, or, you know, whether jurors would like to hear your side of the testimony, or it's natural and normal for folks to want to hear from the other side. But like your attorney said, it's, you know, you have a right not to testify, okay? Not to tell your side of the story by yourself. But, you know, your attorneys have done some of that through the witnesses. But you do retain that right to testify or not to. And if you do decide to testify, the state can cross-examine you and test your credibility just like every other witness. You understand that?
Yes, ma'am.
And it looks like you've made up your mind not to testify, is that right?
That is correct, ma'am.
And has anybody forced, coerced you, or promised you anything in return for not testifying?
No, ma'am.
This is your own free will. You're making this decision voluntarily. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. All right. You'll consider. Is the defense ready to proceed?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay. Let's bring the jury in. And I will email you all a copy of the court's charge. If either side has a proposed charge,
Yes.
email it to me at the end of before noon, well, at noon.
I'll go ahead and send you a copy right now.
All right.
And all the footprints.
Judge, are you gonna email us now, the proposed charge?
No, after. reflect that the defendant is present with her attorney, the state is present, the jurors are present and seated. Now, the state of Texas having rested, what says the defense?
The defense is ready, Your Honor.
Call you first, please.
Your Honor, we're gonna call Ryan Lepore.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Would you raise your right hand for me, please? Do you swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Defense may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please introduce yourself to the jury.
My name is Ryan Lepore. I'm 43 and live in Wiley, Texas.
Okay. And Mr. Lepore, or Ryan, what do you do for a living?
Spell your name for the
I'm
record.
sorry.
Lacour.
And Ryan, the
C-O-U-R?
LA capital C-O-U-R.
Okay, and what's your first name?
Ryan, R-Y-A-N.
Thank you.
and Ryan, what do you do for a living?
I work in IT. I help the accounting department with their data.
With what?
With their data, moving data around,
Okay.
helping install the software, the database, stuff like that.
And are you from Dallas?
I've lived near Dallas.
Oh, where are you from?
I've lived in Rockwall and then Wiley. I've never actually lived inside the Dallas city.
And with your current employer, how long have you been employed there?
2 years.
And have you always worked in the IT field?
Yes.
And do you know Jessica West?
Yes, ma'am.
And how do you know Jessica West?
She is my girlfriend
Currently your girlfriend? How long
Yes.
have you guys been in a dating relationship?
for like 7 years.
Okay. So how long have you known her total?
For about 7 years.
7 years? And you're currently in a dating relationship. Is that a new form of your relationship?
It is.
Okay. And how long have you been in a romantic relationship with Jessica West?
For a couple years.
2?
Yes.
Okay. Did you guys meet in Rockwall? Or where did you meet?
We met in Rowlett.
Rowlett. And where do you currently live?
In Wiley.
Wiley, Texas. How long have you lived in Wiley?
For 16 years.
16 years. At some point in time, did Jessica live with you in Wiley, Texas?
Yes, she did.
What year did she begin living with you?
After a couple years from meeting her, about 5 years ago.
5 years ago, okay. So I'm gonna direct your attention to December 16th of 2020, okay? And December 16th of 2020, do you recall that time period?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was the nature of the relationship between you and Jessica West at that time?
We were friends.
Your friends. Were you living together?
Yes, I had a separate room in my house that she lived in.
Okay. So you guys were considered roommates.
Yes. Yes, ma'am.
And December 16, 2020, why does that stick out in your mind?
Because it was not like any normal night that I've ever had.
Okay. And prior to December 16, 2020, did you have some health issues going on at the time?
No, ma'am.
Did you have
Oh,
COVID?
I had COVID, yes.
Okay. And did Jessica have COVID as well?
Yes, she did.
And were you guys quarantined at the house in Wiley?
Yes, ma'am.
So December 16, 2020, can you kind of give the jury what was going on or what stuck out in your mind on December 16, 2020?
Jessica was talking to the TV. We were watching the movie, and she was talking to the TV like they could hear that she was part of the story.
Okay. And when you say talking to the TV, was she talking to characters in the TV?
Yes, ma'am.
And from your observation, was she having a conversation with those characters on the TV?
I don't know if you have it considered a conversation because the characters on TV weren't responding to her, but she was talking to them like they should listen to her.
Okay. And on the television, do you recall what you guys were seeing?
We were watching the Da Vinci Code.
And in that particular movie, was there a line that stuck out to Jessica that,
Yes, ma'am.
And
The part of the theme of the movie or plot of the movie was the Rose line, and that's why she wanted to watch the movie.
okay,
The what line, I'm sorry?
The Rose line?
and you're saying Rose as in R-O-S-E, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And the significance of that is, what is Jessica's middle name?
Rose, which is the name she goes by.
Okay, and you said the name that she goes by, what do you call her?
Rose,
Rose or Rosie?
yes.
Okay.
She introduced herself as Rose,
Okay.
so.
And was she talking to anyone else?
Yeah, she was also talking to my dogs and having conversations with them.
Okay, and did you find that odd?
Yes, ma'am.
Why?
Because it wasn't like a normal way to talk to a dog. Cause like I talk to them, but I don't like expect them to have a response or anything like that. But the way she was talking with them was like they were having a conversation.
And what time of day is this?
This was at night between 6 and 8.
6 and 8. And do you recall, did you make any comments to Jessica regarding her behavior at that time?
Yes, I told her that the dogs weren't saying anything, they weren't responding to her, and that the movie wasn't about her, and that they couldn't hear her, they couldn't respond to her, they couldn't do anything.
And did she take heed to your conversation or what you were telling her?
No, she did not.
Okay, and what did you do in response to that?
I was getting uncomfortable with everything, so I went to my room and took a nap because I wanted to separate myself at the moment from everything going on.
Okay. And you say a nap, so this is about 8 p.m. or so?
Yes, which is strange for me,
Okay, and why is that?
because I normally don't ever take naps, because if I do, I usually wake up with a headache.
Okay. And at some point in time, did you wake up from your nap, your early morning nap during the night?
Yes, ma'am, I woke up about 10 o'clock,
And what observations did you make at that time?
that Jessica was not home.
Okay, how did you make that determination?
I looked around the house and saw that she wasn't there, then checked outside for our car and saw that it was gone.
And at this time, it's about 10 o'clock at night. Is it dark at this time?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have any indication that Jessica was leaving the house that night?
No, ma'am. She didn't let me know that she was gonna leave, had plans to leave, or wanted to do anything outside the house.
Did you find that odd?
Yes, ma'am, because she doesn't go out at night.
And when you say she doesn't go out at night, what do you mean?
She doesn't drive at night because she can have anxiety when driving at night, because she can't see very well.
And so, Ryan, it wouldn't be uncommon for her to leave and not notify you, right?
That is correct.
Okay, but on this particular evening, you're saying because it's dark, her normal behavior is that she does not drive at night?
That is correct.
Did you go to sleep thereafter again?
About 12 or 1 o'clock, somewhere in there.
And during that time period, had she returned to the house?
No, ma'am.
When is the next time that you woke up?
The next morning,
And that was about what time?
about 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock. And Jessica still was not at the house?
That is correct.
When is the first time that you learned as to where she was?
A few days later, her family notified me.
And did you make any calls to her family or anyone when you woke up at 7 a.m. that morning and saw that she wasn't there?
No, ma'am.
Why?
I don't talk to her family very much.
Okay, okay. And you stated that Jessica does not normally drive at night, is that correct?
That is correct.
And do you have any information about her driving status as of now?
She does not drive.
How do you know that she does not drive?
She doesn't have a car.
Okay. And how does she get around?
Someone has to take her places. Either her family or friends or me or someone, or she'll walk.
Does Jessica still reside in Wiley, Texas?
No, she's in Waxahachie with her family.
And when you say that she doesn't drive at night, since you've known her in the 8 years, do you know of her to drive on freeways?
No, she avoids them like at all costs.
So when she resided with you in Wiley, Texas, did she work in Wiley, Texas?
No, she worked in McKinney, and she would take the back roads to work.
And did you guys have discussions of why she did not take the freeway?
Yes, ma'am.
And what was her reasoning?
That it gave her anxiety being on the highway with all the traffic.
And if you were to learn that she was driving at night in Dallas, would that surprise you?
Yes, ma'am, it would.
Why?
Because she doesn't go into Dallas, she doesn't drive on the highway, and she doesn't drive at night. That's not her normal stuff.
Has she ever lived in Dallas?
No, ma'am, not that I know of.
And are you aware of any outings that she may have driven to in Dallas, such as clubs or comedy shows or anything of that nature?
No, ma'am.
And how about yourself? Have you driven to Dallas?
I try not to. I try to stay outside of 190.
190, okay. And 190 is a highway that's in Wiley?
Well, it's in, George Bush Freeway,
Okay.
the toll road. Just because the traffic inside it can be bad, so I try to stay outside of that.
And Ryan, there was also another incident in October of 2021, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And was that reminiscent of Jessica West's behavior on December 16th of 2020?
Yes, ma'am, it was.
And what behavior was exhibited?
That she was not acting normal, that she was talking, and saying that she was like hearing things.
Okay. Did she have any other outward signs that you thought were weird?
Not at first,
Okay. Eventually, did she have any other outward signs that you thought were weird?
yes.
And what were those?
Her tone and voice felt kind of threatening, toward me, saying that she was gonna do whatever she wanted to do. And it didn't matter what I thought or said or did. And then I heard the door open and she went outside. And then when I looked for her, I didn't see her. But then when I came back in, I saw that there were clothes inside on the floor. And I'm like, what on earth is going on? And so then I ran back outside and found her in my truck outside in the driveway. And I went inside, grabbed a towel, and covered her up, and then tried to get her inside, but she wouldn't listen to me. And then she started walking. She finally got out of the truck on her own and started walking down the street.
Okay, and so Ryan, just to be clear, she was naked outside, is that correct?
That is correct.
And she was hearing voices or having odd conversations, is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. What time of day was this in October of 2021?
It was right before, I think, 3:30 or like 3 o'clock.
Okay.
I know the elementary school hadn't gotten out, so it's like right before they were about to get home on buses and stuff.
Okay, and Ryan, did you make any calls to her family or anyone regarding her behavior in October of 2021?
I did. I told them that she was acting strange and it felt similar to the last time.
And Ryan, who is them that you're referring to?
Her sister.
Okay.
And wanted them to come see her so that they could understand and see what was going on.
Okay. And Ryan, was, I guess the police or some other medical personnel called?
Yes,
Okay. And she went with the medical personnel at that time?
that is correct.
Ryan, in each of these incidents in December of 2020 and in October of 2021, was there anything in your recollection that would kind of foreshadow her behavior?
No, not that I know of.
Okay.
Like, there was no reason for her to act abnormal, other than her being sick.
Okay, so Ryan, since you have been in a dating relationship with Jessica for the last 2 years, known her for the last 7 years, do you know her to take medication?
In the past, yes ma'am,
Okay, and namely to be Adderall, is that correct?
that is correct.
And I know you're not monitoring her. In your estimation or in your observation, at any point in time, did Jessica abuse or take too much of her medication?
Object to speculation. You testified earlier that they were quarantined at the time that the first incident happened.
Statement.
Okay, and Ryan, you don't take any medication as far as Adderall or anything like that? Okay. So Brian, do you have knowledge that Jessica West takes Adderall
Takes it now or in the past?
in the past?
Yes ma'am.
Okay. And did you ever have any concerns about her not taking the medication as prescribed?
No ma'am.
Nothing further, Your Honor, pass the witness.
Statement.
Thank you, Judge. Good morning, sir.
Morning.
We've never met, have we?
No ma'am.
My name is Kristen. I'm the prosecutor on this case. Just because we haven't met before, what is your date of birth, sir?
12/7/1981.
12/7/1981. And you spell your last name Lacour?
Capital C.
Capital C. Gotcha. All right. Now, back in the time frame of December 16th of 2020, was it just you and Jessica living in the house, or did you have any other roommates?
My son lived there, but he hadn't been home since before I got sick. Because I got sick with COVID, and he stayed at his mom's house during the month of December, because I was sick.
Okay, so the month of December of 2020, your son was not living in the house.
That is correct.
How old was he at that time?
11.
And then in October of 2021, was your son living with you at that time?
Yes. Although the night that, or the day that happened, he was not there.
Not at the house. Okay, and you said that you both had COVID, correct?
Correct.
So you were quarantining,
Yes, ma'am.
not having contact with one another.
Well, we're quarantined inside the house. We were
Okay.
both sick, so
Sure.
it wasn't like we were staying on opposite sides of the house.
And you all weren't dating at the time, correct?
Correct.
So you had your separate bedrooms.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know where the defendant would keep her medication?
In her room.
In her room, okay? And you didn't observe her taking her medication on that day, correct?
No,
You don't know how many pills she took that day, correct?
correct.
You don't know if she took them throughout the day as prescribed.
Correct.
You don't know if she took all of her doses all at once.
That is correct.
You don't know if she took too much that day.
Correct.
When you observed her talking to the TV and talking to the dogs, you tried to tell her that they can't interact with you, something to that effect?
That's correct.
And you didn't call for medical help at that time?
I had never been around that before, so I have no idea that that's what I should do.
Okay,
But I don't trust the police, so,
okay. Well, you can call 911 and ask for medical help, right?
I don't know.
911 is not just for police help, fair to say? Like, some people call 911, help, I need an ambulance, someone's having a heart attack. Fair?
No,
That's not fair?
like, if someone's having, like, you have to think in that moment.
Okay. What I'm saying is, you can call 911 for medical help, not just for police help, correct?
I didn't realize that that's something I needed to call.
Okay. And then, well, but you realized it in October of 2021 that you should call for help, correct?
I called her family because it started to feel similar to the previous incident.
I understand that. Did you call police on that day?
No, I didn't think that she was going to leave the house.
Okay, so who called police on that day?
Her sister did.
Her sister did, okay. So let's go back to December 16th, 2020. She's talking to the TV, she's talking to the dogs. You don't call for help, and you didn't call anyone in her family.
That's correct.
And you decide to take a nap.
That's correct.
Where was she when you went to take a nap?
I don't know.
Where was the last place you saw her?
Yeah, maybe the living room.
The living room? And is she still talking to the TV and the dogs when you go take a nap?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And you just leave her there?
Yes, ma'am.
And then the next day, you realize she has still not come home, correct?
Correct.
And I believe you said it was a few days later that the family notified you what had happened?
That is correct.
Did you try and get in contact with her from when you discovered she was not at home, December 17th, to when the family told you?
No, ma'am.
You didn't try calling the defendant?
She left and didn't say anything, so I figured she wanted her space.
Okay. Why would she need her space?
I don't know.
Did you guys have an argument?
No,
Okay. So she's gone for a few days, right?
correct,
You don't know why,
correct,
and it's her family that calls you and tells you what happened, correct?
correct.
Did you call police to report her missing?
No,
And you didn't call her family to report her missing?
no,
And in October of 2021, you said she had a similar episode that she had prior in December 16th of 2020, correct?
correct.
She was hearing things.
Yes, ma'am.
Did you observe her take her medication on that day?
No, ma'am.
So you don't know if she was taking it as prescribed?
No, ma'am.
You don't know if she took too much?
I don't even know if she had any medication at
You
the
don't-
house.
Okay, you don't even know if she had her medication at this time frame.
Right.
But her behavior, as you said, was reminiscent of the previous psychotic break, correct?
Correct.
Are you aware of how often she refills her prescription?
No, ma'am.
You have no idea about her medication compliance whatsoever, do you?
That's not my job.
Fair enough. And you said she was outside the house naked, correct?
Yes, she was in the truck.
And you tried to cover her up, you tried to bring her inside.
Yes.
Was she being aggressive with you?
I was trying to be gentle and get her out of the truck, but because she bruises easily, I didn't want to be forceful with her.
Okay.
And so I was trying to get her out, but she was fighting against me, resisting me, trying to stay in the truck.
What did her demeanor look like? What did her face and expression look like?
seemed normal for the most part, I guess.
It seemed normal except for the nakedness.
But I mean, you're asking her face, not her body.
Okay, what was her demeanor like?
That she didn't, that I was interfering with whatever was about to happen.
And you didn't call police on this occasion.
No,
You didn't call for an ambulance on this occasion.
that wouldn't have crossed my mind.
Okay, and you called her sister?
I let them know, yes ma'am.
Okay, and her sister called police, correct?
Yes ma'am.
In October of 2021, were you still living in separate bedrooms?
Yes ma'am.
Okay, and you said that she keeps her medication in her own bedroom, yes?
Correct.
I have no further questions.
No further questions of this witness, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor.
No objection.
Thank you, sir. You're free to leave. Defense, call your next witness.
Your Honor, we call Investigator Leroy Nolan to the stand.
You swear that the testimony you're about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth to help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
May I proceed, Your Honor?
Yes, you may.
Thank you. Investigator Nolan, would you please state your name for the record and spell it for the court reporter?
Yes, Leroy Nolan, L-E, capital R-O-Y, K-N-O-W-L-I-N-G.
And what type of work do you do?
I'm a private investigator.
And are you a licensed investigator in the state of Texas?
Yes, I'm licensed through the Department of Public Safety
And can you tell the jury how long you've been an investigator?
for 36 years.
And what type of training and education did you have to become an investigator in the state of Texas?
My law enforcement career began with the Dallas Sheriff's Office back in 1987, where I was a deputy sheriff. I then was hired with the Dallas District Attorney's Office in 1989, and went through all the basic police training courses and things like that.
Okay, and how many cases have you investigated during your tenure for 36 years?
Thousands.
Okay, and as an investigator, what are your responsibilities?
It's to gather the facts to assist either the assistant district attorney or assistant defense attorney in preparing for their cases. That can consist of interviews, documents, photos, videos, criminal histories, background, criminal case assessments, so forth.
Do you ever go to the scenes where things have occurred?
Absolutely.
Okay. And how often do you do that?
On most cases, if it's required.
And you said you worked for the DA's office, or you said the Dallas County District Attorney's Office where the two prosecutors worked, or currently work?
Yes, I work under the administration of District Attorney John Vance and District Attorney Bill Hill.
And how long did you work as an investigator for the DA's office?
15 years.
And now, do you have your own private investigation company?
Yes,
And how long have you had that?
for 16 years.
And is it pretty much the same responsibilities that you had as the DA's investigator that you have as a defense investigator?
Yes, to a certain extent, with the exception that I'm not law enforcement, and as I'm not a police officer. I'm a private investigator.
And Mr. Investigator Nolan, have you been called to testify as a witness for the DA's office?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, is that few or many times?
More than a few, less than many.
Okay. And what about as a witness for the defense?
Same, more than a few, less than many.
And during your tenure, what type of cases do you investigate?
Investigated everything from stealing bubble gum to capital murder, death penalty cases.
And is it fair to say you've investigated murders?
Yes, ma'am.
You've investigated manslaughters?
Yes, ma'am.
You've investigated criminal negligent homicides?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've also investigated just accidents that may have occurred on the roads of Dallas County,
Yes,
or
ma'am.
United States of Texas? Okay. And as an investigator, were you employed to work on the case for Jessica West?
Yes, ma'am.
And were you asked to go to Interstate 30 between Carroll and Munger to take a diagram or to survey that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Have you been in that area before?
Oh, yes, ma'am. I live here in Dallas.
And it's not uncommon, as you said, for you to go to different scenes or crime scenes where places occurred, right?
Yes, ma'am.
And are you familiar with that area?
Yes, ma'am.
And have you been there many times in that area?
Many times.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Joe?
You may.
Investigator Nolan, I'm showing you what has been marked as Defendant's Exhibit number 3. Do you recognize that?
Yes, ma'am.
And what is that?
This is an overview of the incident, of the matter which we're here for.
Okay. And what area is that area map?
This is South Dallas, getting ready to go into East Dallas.
Okay. And is that the location where the police officer said the incident happened?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you think this would aid the jury in making a determination in this case today?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. At this time, Your Honor, I'd like to offer to evidence Defendant's Exhibit number 3, let the record reflect I'm tendering to the state for review.
No objection.
All right, defense exhibit number 3 is admitted for all purposes.
Permission to publish, Your Honor?
You may.
Yeah, are the monitors on in the courtroom?
Yes, they are. They've
Okay.
been working all along. Deputies, can you check the monitors? Nothing's working.
Mine is working.
Okay, thank you. Investigator Nolan, I'm showing you what has been admitted into evidence as Defendant Exhibits number 3. explain to the jury, Interstate 30, can you show them exactly what they're looking at? Kind of explain this aerial map to them.
What this is Interstate Highway 30. You have both eastbound and westbound lanes of traffic here. And this diagram is basically showing you the section of highway between Carroll Avenue and Munger Boulevard.
Okay, so we'll take this, so if we're on the, looking at the left on Defendant's Exhibit number 3, is that further west, would that be downtown Dallas? If we were going this way, to the
Yes,
left
to
of
the
the
left,
district?
to the left of the Carroll Avenue would be downtown.
Okay, and of course, this picture is north, right? This is a north view, so we're looking, is this the eastbound lane of 30? The eastbound lanes?
Yes, to the right of the yellow, the right side would be eastbound, the left side would be westbound.
Okay, and is this area more residential than business, than a business district?
Yes,
Okay, and are there one-way streets in this area?
yes.
And if you could talk about the entry and exit ramps as it relates to Interstate 30 as it was closer to the point of impact?
Can I mark on my monitor?
Yes, sir, I believe so.
Okay. This would be an entry ramp.
Are you able to bring that up?
Judge, I don't know what, oh, you know what, that is the monitor on the screen. Okay, I'm sorry. Yes, ma'am?
Yes, he can mark on the screen. Are you able to do that? Okay, Ms. Stone, would you,
Yes, I've enabled it.
you've enabled it?
I've enabled it.
Okay,
Okay,
very
there
good.
we go.
There you
Okay. That's an entrance ramp onto eastbound I-30. This is an exit ramp westbound I-30. This is an exit ramp from eastbound I-30.
Okay, and it's fair to say, based on you reviewing the police reports, that the incident happened on going eastbound on I-30, is that correct?
The accident happened eastbound I-30, right about right there.
Okay, and the nearest exit ramp for someone to get on the freeway for going in the wrong direction would be where?
That would be coming off of Munger Boulevard.
Okay,
This would be Munger Boulevard headed this direction.
okay,
And
and
this
so,
is the entrance. There's no entrance ramp for I-30 off Munger. It begins a one-way going up under the viaduct. And then this is the entrance to, well, this is an exit, but this would be where someone would enter, be able to go eastbound in a west, to go westbound in an eastbound lane.
okay, so this would be, just for the jury's clear, Munger Street, which is right here to more to the right side of the picture of Defendant's Exhibit 3,
Right.
is the closest exit ramp for someone to enter the freeway on the section that's going eastbound,
Right.
if they were going
And for
westbound.
those viewing the picture, it's hard to see Munger Boulevard right here, but as you go up under the highway, it actually turns into Berry Avenue, same street. But this is the exit ramp, and for someone to get onto this highway here, it's possible for them to come up this incline to go westbound and eastbound.
Okay, and you talked about, you just mentioned incline, can you tell the jury how, the topography of this ramp, how is the land and the layout?
Well,
of
this
the
is two-dimensional, so you can't see, but if you were looking from the street side, you would see that this is an overpass. So that's about 18, 19 feet, plus concrete and rails, maybe 20 feet high in the sky. So when you're coming from ground level on Munger Avenue, you would come up this incline to get onto the highway.
Okay, so the ramp, the exit ramp on Munger Avenue sits at a vertical slope,
Yes,
and it's not flat. Is it, how would you describe, or basically your training experience, someone coming onto that ramp, do you believe that they're vision would be impaired or their peripheral vision would be.
Right, you'd have to climb a height of almost 20 feet coming up. So if you're coming off the highway, of course, you're going downhill. So if you would go the wrong way, you'd be going uphill.
And all you would be seeing is that what is around you, not the actual
You wouldn't
freeway.
see traffic until you got high enough to be level with the highway to see traffic in either direction.
And you testified earlier that there are this is a residential area for the most part, is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, and there are some one-way streets in that area.
Yes.
Based on your training experience, could someone easily be confused about direction of the street flow in that area?
Yes, ma'am.
Could someone mistakenly go down the wrong street?
Yes, ma'am.
And you testified earlier that you worked on homicide cases, Investigator Nolan is.
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Based on your training experiences, what separates a murder, manslaughter, and criminal negligent homicide case?
You know, you have your culpable mental states. Murder would be knowingly and intentionally, you know, and you would have recklessly and criminal negligent homicide.
Okay. And what separates those, is it fair to say that it's just the facts of the case that separates each mental state?
Yes, the state mind.
Okay. And in your experience, based on your training experience with working at the DA's office and working as a defense investigator, have you investigated cases where someone was charged with murder because they went down the wrong side of the street? Are they, or for a traffic violation, let me ask you that.
Yeah, go back some decades.
Okay.
I've had some cases, it wasn't filed as murder, it was filed as manslaughter.
Okay. Have you had cases where someone committed a traffic violation and it was charged as a criminal negligent homicide?
Yes, ma'am.
Have you had cases where you investigated where perhaps someone went down the wrong side of the street and they weren't criminally charged at all? Have you investigated cases?
Where a death occurred?
No, just where, if someone just went down the wrong side of the street, have you investigated cases where they were not charged as criminally?
I haven't investigated, but I've driven down the wrong side and the cops told me to pull over.
Okay, yeah, right.
But they had mercy on me and told me to turn around and go the other way. I was in Arlington going to a basketball game and got a little confused.
Okay. To your knowledge, do you know how many 911 calls were made related to this case?
In this case, I think a couple of calls went to DPD, and then DPD called the SO.
Were there any, to your knowledge, were there any calls from 911 saying someone was driving beyond Munger? Or that Ms. West was driving beyond Munger?
I'm gonna object us to hearsay for this line of questioning.
She's not asking what was said, just whether there was a call regarding someone driving beyond Munger.
I would argue that that would be backdoor hearsay.
Overruled.
No, ma'am.
Thank you, okay. May I have 1 minute, Your Honor?
Yes, of course.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Just a few questions, Your Honor. You said you've driven the wrong way before,
Yes, ma'am.
but you stopped, correct?
Well, officer stopped me.
Yeah, and you turned around and you fixed it.
Well, I tried to wave it off, and he said, "Oh, no, I'm pulling you over." Pull over.
And I don't
So
wanna,
he just wanted to make sure I wasn't drunk or something.
well, and I was gonna say, I don't want you to incriminate yourself, but I assume you were sober when that
Statute of law,
happened.
statute of limitations. is not out.
All right. I take it the point of your testimony is that part of these streets are confusing?
Yes, ma'am,
Okay.
you're correct.
Certainly would be more confusing to someone who is feeling the effects of Adderall to the point where they're experiencing psychosis.
Objection,
Fair to say?
speculation out of this purview, Your Honor.
Overruled.
Could you repeat your question?
Fair to say that it would be more confusing for someone who is experiencing drug-induced psychosis.
I think that's a fair assumption.
Because probably thousands of people navigate this area of Dallas every day, right?
Yes, ma'am?
Thousands of people navigate this area of Dallas every day and drive the correct way on the highway.
Yes, ma'am.
But on this date in question, the defendant drove the wrong way,
Yes,
correct? Driving the wrong way on a highway is reckless, isn't it?
Well, depending on what they were aware of.
Okay, but driving the wrong way on a highway is reckless behavior.
Objection, ask and answer, Karen.
Overruled.
Again, depending on their awareness. It could be negligent.
I gotcha.
Yeah.
Driving the wrong way on the highway is an act clearly dangerous to human life.
Yes, ma'am,
You can kill someone by doing that.
absolutely.
And you're aware, as former law enforcement, that individuals that hold driver's licenses have to be aware of those types of risks, correct?
Yes, I think all drivers, you have to be aware of what risk exists. Not saying where someone is mentally, but as a driver and being licensed, you take an oath to obey all laws of the state of Texas.
Correct. Pretty much everyone knows if you drive the wrong way on the highway, you can kill someone though.
Should be aware of that.
I'll pass the witness.
No further questions, Your Honor.
May this witness be released?
Yes, Your Honor. Good.
No objection.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, may we approach?
It's 11:57, and I'm going to release the jury for lunch. Let's be back at 1 o'clock.
Ross.
reflect that the defendant is present with her attorney to stay as present, and the jurors are present and seated. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you all so much for your patience. I know this is the longest break of the day. Hope you all got to know each other a little better. Okay. All right. Now, before the break, the defense had called and finished with a witness.
Yes,
What
Your Honor.
says the defense?
Your Honor, at this time, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, the defense will rest.
Okay. Do both sides rest and close?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, you now have all the evidence in this case. However, you don't have the argument of counsel yet, and you don't have the court's charge. So I'm going to proceed to read the charge to you that contains the law that will guide you during your deliberations. After I've presented the charge to you, both parties will make their closing arguments, okay? And I will send this charge with you to the jury room so you can refer to it as needed, okay? And after both sides have argued, you will go to the jury room and deliberate guilt or innocence. So, all right, the state of Texas versus Jessica West. Court's charge to the jury. Members of the jury, Jessica West stands charged by indictment with the offense of manslaughter, alleged to have been committed on or about the 17th day of December 2020 in Dallas County, Texas. To this charge, the defendant has pleaded not guilty. Offense definition. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of manslaughter if she recklessly causes the death of an individual. Term definitions. An act means a bodily movement, whether voluntary or involuntary, and includes speech. Person means an individual. Individual means a human being who is alive. Conduct means an act or omission and its accompanying mental state. Deadly weapon means a firearm or anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss or impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. Mental state definition. A person acts recklessly or is reckless with respect to the result of her conduct when she is aware of but consciously disregards a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the result will occur. The risk must be of such a nature and degree that its disregard constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. A person acts with criminal negligence or is criminally negligent with respect to circumstances surrounding her conduct or the result of her conduct when she ought to be aware of a substantial and unjustifiable risk that the circumstances exist or the result will occur. The result must be of such a nature and degree that the failure to perceive it constitutes a gross deviation from the standard of care that an ordinary person would exercise under all the circumstances as viewed from the actor's standpoint. Application of law to facts of manslaughter. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of manslaughter if she recklessly causes the death of an individual. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that on or about the 17th day of December 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, the defendant, Jessica West, did then and there recklessly cause the death of an individual, Charles Hudson, hereinafter called deceased, by driving a motor vehicle into oncoming traffic on a public roadway, therefore striking the motor vehicle occupied by Charles Hudson, causing his death, then you will find the defendant guilty of manslaughter as charged in the indictment. But if you do not so believe, or if you have a reasonable doubt thereof, you will acquit the defendant of the offense of manslaughter as alleged in the indictment, and proceed to consider whether the defendant is guilty guilty of the lesser included offense of criminally negligent homicide as included in the indictment. Criminally negligent homicide. Our law provides that a person commits the offense of criminally negligent homicide if she causes the death of an individual by criminal negligence. Now, bearing in mind the foregoing instructions, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant, Jessica West, on or about the 17th day of December 2020 in Dallas County, Texas, did then and there, acting with criminal negligence, cause the death of Charles Hudson by driving a motor vehicle into oncoming traffic on a public roadway, therefore striking the motor vehicle occupied by Charles Hudson, causing his death, then you will find the defendant guilty of the lesser included offense of criminally negligent homicide. If you believe from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of either manslaughter or criminally negligent homicide, but you have a reasonable doubt as to which of said offenses she is guilty, then you must resolve that doubt in the defendant's favor and find her guilty of the lesser offense of criminally negligent homicide. If you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant is guilty of any offense defined in this charge, then you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Involuntary intoxication. You are instructed that involuntary intoxication by prescription medication is a defense to prosecution for an offense, and the defendant must prove by a preponderance of the evidence that the defendant has exercised no independent judgment or volition in taking the intoxicant, and as a result of her intoxication, she did not know that her conduct was wrong. Preponderance of the evidence means the greater weight and degree of credible evidence. Intoxication means a disturbance of the mental or physical capacity resulting from the introduction of any substance into the body. Such a condition of the defendant must have existed at the very time of the alleged commission of the offense. Now, if you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that at the time and place and on the occasion in question, the defendant, Jessica West, did then and there recklessly cause the death of Charles Hudson by driving a motor vehicle into oncoming traffic on a public roadway, therefore striking the motor vehicle occupied by Charles Hudson, causing his death as alleged in the indictment, but you further find by preponderance of the evidence that at the time of the conduct charged, the defendant was intoxicated, as that term is heretofore defined, and that 1, the defendant exercised no independent judgment or volition in taking the intoxicant, and 2, as a result of her intoxication, the defendant did not know her conduct was wrong, you will acquit the defendant and say by your verdict, not guilty. Voluntary intoxication. Intoxication means disturbance of mental or physical capacity resulting from the introduction of any substance into the body. Voluntary intoxication does not constitute a defense to the commission of a crime. Indictment. An indictment is the means whereby a defendant is brought to trial in a felony prosecution. It is not evidence of guilt, nor can it be considered by you in passing upon the question of guilt of the defendant. The fact that a person has been arrested, confined, indicted for, or otherwise charged with an offense does not give rise to any inference of guilt in the trial. Presumption of innocence. All persons are presumed to be innocent, and no person may be convicted of an offense unless each element of the offense is proved beyond a reasonable doubt. The law does not require a defendant to prove her innocence or produce any evidence at all. The presumption of innocence alone is sufficient to acquit the defendant, unless the jurors are satisfied beyond a reasonable doubt of the defendant's guilt after careful and impartial consideration of all the evidence in the case. Burden of proof. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant guilty, and it must do so by proving each and every element of the offense charged beyond a reasonable doubt. And if it fails to do so, you must acquit the defendant. The burden of proof in all criminal cases rests upon the state throughout the trial and never shifts to the defendant. It is not required that the prosecution prove guilt beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's guilt. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to the defendant's guilt, after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will acquit her and say by your verdict, not guilty. Fifth Amendment. Our law provides that a defendant may testify on her own behalf if she elects to do so. This, however, is a right accorded to a defendant, and in the event she elects not to testify, that fact cannot be taken as a circumstance against her. In this case, the defendant has elected not to testify, and you are instructed that you cannot and must not refer to or allude to that fact throughout your deliberations or take it into consideration for any purpose whatsoever as a circumstance against the defendant. Evidentiary instructions. You are instructed that if there is any evidence before you in this case regarding the defendant's having committed any offense other than the offense alleged against her in the indictment in this case, you cannot consider said evidence for any purpose unless you find or believe beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant committed such other offense, if any. Even then, you may only consider the same in determining the state of mind of the defendant, motive, opportunity, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, identity, or absence of mistake or accident of the defendant, if any, in connection with the offense alleged against her in the indictment. At times throughout the trial, the court has been called upon to pass on the question of whether or not certain offered evidence might properly be admitted. You are not to be concerned with the reasons for such rulings, and you are not to draw any inferences from them. Whether offered evidence is admissible is purely a question of law. In admitting evidence to which an objection is made, the court neither determines what weight should be given such evidence, nor passes on the credibility of the witness. As to any offer of evidence that has been rejected by the court, you, of course, must not consider the same. As to any question to which an objection was sustained, you must not conjecture as to what the answer might have been or as to the reason for the objection. Deliberation instructions. After you retire to the jury room, you should select one of your members as your presiding juror. It is his or her duty to preside at your deliberations, vote with you, and when you have unanimously agreed upon a verdict, to certify your verdict by using the appropriate form attached hereto and signing the same as presiding juror. Your verdict must be unanimous. It shall be arrived at by due deliberations and not by majority vote or any method of chance. It is only from the witness stand that the jury is permitted to receive evidence regarding this case, and no juror is permitted to communicate to any other juror anything he or she may have heard regarding the case from any source other than the witness stand. You are instructed that any statements of counsel made during the course of the trial or during argument not supported by the evidence, or statements of law made by counsel not in harmony with the law as stated to you by the court in these instructions, are to be wholly disregarded. During your deliberations in this case, you must not consider, discuss, nor relate any matters not in evidence before you. You should not consider nor mention any personal knowledge or information you may have about any fact or person connected with this case which is not shown by the evidence. During your deliberations, you are also instructed you must not communicate with or provide any information to anyone by any means about this case. You may not use any electronic device or media such as telephone, cell phone, smartphone, iPhone or computer, the internet, any internet service, or any text or instant messaging service, or any internet chat rooms, blog, or websites such as Facebook, Snapchat, LinkedIn, YouTube, Instagram, TikTok, or X, formerly Twitter, to communicate to anyone any information about this case or conduct any research about this case until I accept your verdict, if any. If members of the jury disagree about the statement of any witness, the court reporter will read back to you certain testimony. The court will allow the court reporter to do this only if you submit a written request to the court signed by the foreperson that, one, states that members of the jury have a disagreement about a specific statement of a witness. Two, identifies the witness who made the statement. And three, requests will give you read back. The court will then have the court reporter read back only that part of the statement that the members of the jury disagree about. After you have retired to consider your verdict, no one has any authority to communicate with you except the bailiff who has you in charge. You may communicate with this court in writing, signed by your presiding juror, through the bailiff who has you in charge. Do not attempt to talk to the bailiff, the attorneys, or the court concerning any question you may have. Your sole duty at this time is to determine the guilt or innocence of the defendant under the indictment in this cause and restrict your deliberations solely to the issue of guilt or innocence of the defendant. If you have a verdict or if you wish to have a break, turn on the red lights and the bailiff will quickly respond. And this is signed by me, Judge Chika Adi. And on the back of the form, there's the verdict form. And it reads thus. You select one. The State of Texas versus Jessica West. We, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Jessica West, guilty of manslaughter as charged in the indictment. Printed name of the presiding juror, signature of the presiding juror. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Jessica West, guilty of criminally negligent homicide as included in the indictment. Signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. Or, we, the jury, unanimously find the defendant, Jessica West, not guilty. Printed name of the presiding juror, signature of the presiding juror. And then there's another instruction after that verdict form regarding the special issue, okay? And I will read it to you. Use only if you find the defendant guilty of manslaughter or criminally negligent homicide. Now, if you have found the defendant guilty of the offense of manslaughter or criminally negligent homicide, you must determine beyond a reasonable doubt whether or not she used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a motor vehicle, during the commission of the offense or during the immediate flight therefrom. Deadly weapon means anything manifestly designed, made, or adapted for the purpose of inflicting death or serious bodily injury, or anything that in the manner of its use or intended use is capable of causing death or serious bodily injury. Bodily injury means physical pain, illness, or any impairment of physical condition. Serious bodily injury means bodily injury that creates a substantial risk of death or that causes death, serious permanent disfigurement, or protracted loss of impairment of the function of any bodily member or organ. The prosecution has the burden of proving the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a motor vehicle, during the commission of the offense or during the immediate flight therefrom, and it must do so by proving it beyond a reasonable doubt, and if it fails to do so, you must find that the defendant did not use or exhibit a deadly weapon during the commission of the offense or during the immediate flight therefrom. It is not required that the prosecution prove use or exhibition of a deadly weapon beyond all possible doubt. It is required that the prosecution's proof excludes all reasonable doubt concerning the defendant's use or exhibition of a deadly weapon during the commission of the offense or during the immediate flight therefrom. In the event you have a reasonable doubt as to whether the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon after considering all the evidence before you and these instructions, you will find the defendant did not use or exhibit a deadly weapon during the commission of the offense or during the immediate flight therefrom. And then there's a verdict form for the special issue that you will have to answer. So keep flipping till you get there, if you need to. Special issue question, and it reads thus. Used only if you find the defendant guilty of the offense of manslaughter or criminally negligent homicide. Do you find from the evidence beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant used or exhibited a deadly weapon, namely a motor vehicle, during the commission of the offense for which she has been convicted or during the immediate flight therefrom? The juror will answer either we do or we do not. Answer, and there's a space there for you to write in either we do or we do not. And then signed by the presiding juror, printed name of the presiding juror. And remember, these forms are only applied if you find the defendant guilty of one or the other, okay? All right, having presented the charge to the jury, is the state ready to present closing arguments?
Yes, Your Honor.
How about the defense?
Yes, Your Honor.
State may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Members of the jury, everyone knows that driving up the wrong way on the highway can kill someone. Charles Hudson is dead because Jessica West decided to take amphetamine, get behind the wheel of her car, and drive up the wrong way on the highway. A deadly choice that led to a deadly consequence. At the beginning of this trial, we talked to y'all that we had to prove our case beyond a reasonable doubt. And that we, as the state of Texas, on or about December 17th of 2020, we had to prove to you that Jessica West was driving recklessly, and she recklessly caused the death of Charles Hudson by driving up the wrong way and striking the vehicle struck by him. And after hearing all the evidence and presenting to y'all all the evidence this week, we have certainly proven our case. So let's talk about how we've done that. First, you heard a bunch of witnesses this week. Sharmika Davis, Dr. Flores, Detective Kincaid, Detective Cheney, who all talked to y'all about the obvious. Jessica West, in her vehicle, in her car, on that night, driving on I-30 and striking Charles right between the Carroll and Munger exits. So location, check. Date, check. This defendant, check. Striking Charles' car, check. Causing his death, check. So what does that leave us with? Was Jessica West reckless on that night? Was the defendant aware of, but consciously disregarded, a substantial and unjustifiable risk that driving up the wrong way was going to kill Charles? And she certainly was. And she certainly did. So let's talk about it. Folks, you heard testimony from multiple witnesses that anybody with a driver's license who's taken a driver's ed class, they know what the risks are driving up the wrong way on the highway, right? You heard Detective Kincaid testify that this defendant has a driver's license. You heard their own investigator, Investigator Lloyd, talk about that people know the risks of driving up the wrong way on the highway. So what does that show you? And what can we infer? That if the defendant had a driver's license, then you can infer that she had to take driver's ed, that you can infer that she had to take a test, that you can infer that she had to pass that test, and that you can infer that she would have known the rules and risks of the road that night, that she was aware of the risks of the road that night. And so when you heard questions to suggest about whether she was aware or wasn't aware, folks, we've proven that her awareness circumstantial, whether it was through their own defense detectives or the detective that testified on behalf of the state. And we talked about voluntary intoxication, right? That we had some couple of examples. If I decided to drink that 15% beer instead of ordering my normal 5% Michelob Ultra, it didn't change the fact that I still chose to drink that beer that night. And it didn't change the fact that I still chose to drink the thing that I knew had impairing effects, right? Or we talked about edibles. That if someone took an edible and they ended up getting too high and hallucinating and committing a crime, that didn't change the fact that they still took that edible. That didn't change the fact they still knew what they were taking, that the edible was impairing, and that it was going to have effects. We talked about the law and the law making that voluntary. Everything Jessica West did when she took those drugs that night was voluntary. She knew what she was taking. She is aware of it. Y'all heard testimony that she had had that medication for years prior to this incident. You saw evidence of warning labels on her prescription bottles would put her aware of the effects of this. So there's no question of whether Jessica West voluntarily took these medicines. She did. And as a result of that choice, it caused her to go the wrong way on the highway. Now, I imagine the defense is gonna come up here and they're gonna try to talk to you about involuntary intoxication, all right? And we talked about that, right? That is a defense, an affirmative defense, that can be brought against prosecution. But that is a defense that they have the burden to prove. By a preponderance of an evidence, they have to show that Miss West was involuntarily intoxicated. And that as a result of her involuntary intoxication, she did not know that her conduct was wrong, right? But they haven't shown that to y'all. Questions are not evidence. Defense asking questions, suggesting things is not evidence. The state asking questions to folks is not evidence. What is evidence is the testimony you hear from the stand. What is evidence are the things that y'all see and are presented to you, right, by both parties. And so when defense counsel is sitting here suggesting through their questions, is it possible that medication can cause this? Is it possible that these things are happening? That is all speculation. That is not evidence. Now, folks, when y'all were selected to sit here today, y'all, we first started this trial 3 days ago, right? Y'all made a promise that you were gonna be able to follow the law. Y'all said that you were gonna be able to be fair and impartial, that you were able to evaluate the evidence and be able to apply those facts to the law to render a verdict in this case. We want y'all to fulfill that promise. We want y'all to fulfill the promise that you said you were gonna be able to do and render a just verdict in this case. And that is why, at the end of this trial, my colleague, Ms. Traeger, is gonna come up here and ask you to render the verdict that is supported by the evidence and demanded by the law. A verdict of guilty.
Thank you, counsel. Defense?
Yes, may it please the court, counsel, co-counsel. 2 days ago in voir dire, we talked about beyond a reasonable doubt. Remember we talked about that picture where the lady was crying and no one knew why? And we said it was a matter of, it could be a host of things, her happiness or sadness. But the question was, why, right? In the picture, we want to tell 1,000 words, but it doesn't. And we're not contesting that Miss Jessica West went up the wrong side of the road that day, went up the wrong side of the freeway. What we're contesting is her mental state, her culpability. What made her do it? And as you know, when you go to law school, there's always questions around it. Why? Why did this happen? Why did this happen, right? And I'm asking you to ask yourself that same question. Why? Why did this happen? Just because she was driving down the wrong side of the freeway does not mean it's reckless. Does not mean it's criminally negligent. It could just merely have been an accident. You heard from her boyfriend, Ryan LaCour, that night, that said that Jessica was talking to the television, she was talking to her dog, she was having some bizarre acts, right? You also heard from Nurse Inns, who said that when she got to the hospital, we had to sedate her because she was under some kind of psychosis or being manic. You've heard from Detective Kincaid at the scene when they were trying to get Jessica out of the car. His immediate response was, I think she's going through a mental health crisis. We need to call for backup for that, correct? And then you heard from Dr. Compton, who basically said that it is unequivocally no doubt that night Jessica West was going through some kind of mania, psychosis, so that's not the problem. Was she intoxicated? Absolutely. Now let's talk about trust. Whenever you go to your pharmacist, your dentist, your doctor, you trust them. They're experts. They're professionals. And the state wants you to believe just because Jessica was prescribed medicine on December 9th, 2020, and she took that medicine, and they can't say just because it was filled, they don't know. They couldn't prove to you what day she picked it up or what day she initially ingested it. We submit to you she ingested it shortly before the incident. And when she did, just because you ingest medicine does not necessarily mean that you're reckless, that you voluntarily did the act. What she thought she was taking was what she's always taken, the Adderall. What she could operate, function with on a day-to-day basis that was gonna help stimulate her mind to level it out. She didn't know that she was taking medicine that could have been super potent. And why is it important? Because the state has has not proved to you that that medicine was not super potent. They have not proved to you that medication she taken that day was not part of that batch that was recalled by the FDA. Dr. Compton said she did extensive research, but she was unable to basically confirm or deny that that medicine was super potent. We do know that Jessica had levels in her system that were higher than the therapeutic levels. And we heard that from the toxicologist, and we heard that from Dr. Compton when they testified. So the question is, why was Jessica going down the wrong side of the freeway? And do you believe that she was operating from a point of psychosis? And when you talk about manslaughter, did she totally disregard? Was she aware of, and we submit she wasn't, and did she totally disregard the signs or whatever, right? Or should she have?
Council, you have 6 minutes.
Thank you. And criminal negligent homicide is she ought to have been aware and failed to proceed. And when you go back there, you're looking at her mental status. What would her mental status have been going through a psychosis? If you believe that this was purely an accident, and as you heard from Investigator Nolan, going up that ramp, if she's really operating from a psychosis, you don't see that you're on the wrong side of the street, unfortunately, and things do happen until you get up on the freeway. And as you heard from Mrs. Davis, who testified, when she was coming up Carroll Peak and entering onto the freeway, the first thing she saw was headlights. So Jessica wasn't on that freeway very long. This was just a tragic accident. Very tragic. But your question is it criminal? Was it just an accident? And if you do believe it was just an accident, you find her not guilty. If you believe that she was involuntarily intoxicated, that some professionals down the road messed up for Jessica, you find her not guilty. If you believe that she was criminally negligent, that she ought to have realized or perceived what was going on and didn't, maybe because she was under psychosis or whatever, you can find her criminal negligent homicide. But we submit in no way is this reckless. Is this a manslaughter? Thank you.
Thank you, Council. Ms. Ward?
Thank you, Your Honor. Counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, let me be clear. My heart goes out to the family of Charles Hudson, because this was a tragic accident. If anybody could change the outcome of that particular night on December 16, 2020, it would be Jessica West. When she first got up that particular day, that was nowhere on her radar, that she was going to be involved in this tragic accident. Ladies and gentlemen, the state has presented an indictment against Jessica West for manslaughter, saying that she recklessly caused the death of Charles Hudson. Recklessness, the definitions for all of these legal terms are going to be in your charge. Recklessness, that person is aware of the substantial risk and consciously disregards that risk. Ladies and gentlemen, this is by far no means reckless. You heard testimony from everyone that responded to that particular scene, from the detectives, to the witness, to medical personnel that encountered Jessica West that morning. Everybody clearly said that her behavior was odd. Everybody is on the same page, that there is something going on, psychosis. And by the number, or the toxic number that's in her blood, the state wants you to believe that she voluntarily got to that point. So let's talk about, or let's look at the evidence that was presented to you. There is no way that Jessica West voluntarily used intoxicants to get her to that point. Think about it logically, because you as jurors, you have to put aside emotion and look at the pure law and evidence presented before you. If Jessica West was abusing her medication, that would have been in a chart somewhere. That would have been painfully obvious. If Jessica West was abusing her medication, the doctor that prescribed that medication surely would not put her license on the line and keep prescribing the medication. Jessica goes as far as telling her doctor that there was an episode, a tragic accident that happened in December of 2020, told her doctor that. And the doctor still didn't prescribe her medication. Ladies and gentlemen, Jessica is trusting the professional personnel that she's entrusted for her medical care. There's nowhere any evidence that the state has presented to you to say that this individual, Jessica West, abused her medication. They're simply going by the number that was from her blood draw. 216.5. Let's talk about it. The toxicologist from SWIFT's, the crime lab that the state presented to you, Heidi Christensen, she talked about those particular numbers. Recall that she said that there was a study where a person's ingestion of prescribed medication, she gave you a range over a 2.5-hour period where that person ingested that medication, where the range was anywhere from 20 mg up to 110. Ladies and gentlemen, there are various reasons why that level can be high. You heard testimony from Dr. Compton. Number one, she believes that Jessica was over-medicated by her doctor. And Dr. Compton told you, even when Jessica alerted her that she had a psychotic episode, that would have put her on notice to maybe lessen the dosage, change the dosage, or any of that. But the state wants to put that onus on Jessica West, a person who has no knowledge in pharmacology, no knowledge about these prescribed drugs given to her by her doctor. So, ladies and gentlemen, there are many reasons. And we kind of talked about or alluded to in the medical records when Nurse Enns was on the stand. I talked about the major organs when we're talking about different medications in your system. The major organs, the liver, the kidney, you have to take that into consideration. The medical records that are in record or in evidence shows that there is an abnormality with her kidney and liver function. Ladies and gentlemen, there are so many variables that explain or could explain the high levels in her system. There are so many possibilities. That's reasonable doubt. Was her kidney function, liver functions not acting up to par? Was she having signs of COVID? Was COVID a factor in this at all? Was she being over-medicated? Was her medication in the batch of the recall of those specific medications that were super potent? You heard from Dr. Compton, if in fact her medication was in that batch, that accounts to a high level or higher level in her blood. Ladies and gentlemen, let's say again why this is not voluntary. Why this is not abuse. There is no record. Now let's be serious. In this day and age, all medical records are linked. Like, people or medical personnel knows if you're going to one doctor or another doctor, your medical records are linked. There's no evidence that she's going to multiple doctors in order to get this stimulant. There's no record that she's abusing drugs. In fact, from the records from her doctor, she goes to her doctor every 30 days in order to have that prescription refilled, because there has to be an assessment. So, is she abusing her drugs? That's ridiculous. The only reason that they're saying abuse is because the number from the hospital, 216.5. That's what the state wants you to believe, that she voluntarily consumed that. Ladies and gentlemen, there's no evidence of Jessica ever having one of those breaks prior to December 16th, 2020. You heard from Ryan. They have been in a romantic relationship for the last 2 years in 2020. Known each other for 7 years. According to Ryan, he's never seen her act that way. Clearly, there's something going on. She's talking to the television, believing the television is talking back to her. She's talking to the dog. You heard from Ryan, she doesn't even drive at night, nor does she drive in Dallas. Ladies and gentlemen, it comes as a surprise to him that she is even involved in an accident in Dallas.
Two more minutes, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. She doesn't know anybody in Dallas, has no purpose of going to Dallas. She's naked in her car. All of this is consistent with her having a psychotic break. Ladies and gentlemen, unfortunately, this was a perfect storm. Her doctor giving her medication probably too potent. Her liver, her kidney functions are a little bit out of whack. But all of that does not translate to criminal culpability. Was she aware of her actions? Did she consciously disregard those actions? Lastly, when we put up Leroy Nolans to talk about the freeway, we talked about one-ways, the confusion possibly. There's no evidence from the state that that person got up on that ramp knowing it was the wrong way. The more logical conclusion, Jessica is in a confused state. Is it in her confusion, she goes up an exit ramp thinking it was an entrance ramp? That is totally believable. Did she consciously disregard any signs? No. She's hallucinating. She is delusional. She is confused. Ladies and gentlemen, it should come as no surprise that we are up here asking you to find her not guilty. Because in your charge, the middle states of both reckless and criminal negligence ask for that person to be aware. She is not aware and consciously disregards it for recklessness, for manslaughter. She is not aware for criminal negligence that the results will occur. Ladies and gentlemen, we ask that you find her not guilty.
Thank you, counsel.
Thank you, Judge. State.
If you'll give me just a moment, Judge. May it please the court. Defense has brought you several interesting theories, but the problem is all of it is speculation. None of it is supported by evidence. Remember, evidence comes from this witness stand and this stack of evidence that you can go back in the jury room and review. The The recall was on September 19th of 2019, a full year before the collision and Charles' death. The state is not required to prove to you that the defendant's Adderall was not affected by this recall. We are not required to do so. Our only burden is to prove each and every element of the offense beyond a reasonable doubt. And let's stick to the facts, which are all detailed in the defendant's medical records. We can see that leading up to this collision, there are no signs of manic symptoms, no signs of psychosis. August 5th, 2020. September 9th, 2020, no signs of mania, no signs of psychosis. October 22nd, 2020, no signs of mania, no signs of psychosis. 8 days prior to the collision and Charles' death, no signs of mania, no signs of psychosis, no signs of hallucinations. She goes to refill her prescription that same day. December 9th, 2020, no issues. The 10th, no issues. The 11th, no issues. The 12th, no issues. The 13th, no issues. The 14th, no issues. The 15th, no issues. And it's not till the 16th, according to her own boyfriend, that she starts acting weird, talking to the TV and talking to the dogs on her new prescription. This is when he first starts noticing a change in her behavior. Doesn't call police, doesn't call an ambulance, doesn't call her family, takes a nap, leaves her to her own devices. December 17th of 2020, she gets behind the wheel, drives the wrong way, and slices and shears off Charles' car, just like a tuna can lid. Shears it right off. And we know that she's exhibiting signs of psychosis at the scene. But here's your smoking gun, ladies and gentlemen. You don't have to take my word for it. Take Jessica West's word for it. Because on this date of incident, when she's immediately brought to the emergency department, what's the very first thing that happens when you're brought into an emergency department? They get your history, they start talking to you to find out what's going on. And what does she tell them? She reports being, quote, very high and taking, quote, lots of drugs. That's on 12/17/2020 at 5:14 a.m. You don't have to take my word for it. Take Jessica West's word for it on the day that this happened. She told everyone what happened on that day. She took lots of drugs. She voluntarily took lots of drugs, and that's why we're all here in this courtroom today. Defense would have you believe that has something to do with the medications they gave her in the ER. That's not correct. State's Exhibit 45. Her IV was administered at 5:20 a.m. The IV was not put in till 5:20 a.m. She made these statements at 5:14 a.m. that she took lots of drugs. If you're going to hang your hat on anything, hang your hat on that. She was positive for amphetamine in the hospital, and that's why they diagnosed her with amphetamine abuse. Amphetamine abuse. Because she admitted to taking lots of drugs, that she was very high, and the amount in her body was over the therapeutic amount. Toxicology confirms those findings. 216.5 nanograms. And all of these effects she exhibited at the scene, consistent with too much amphetamine in her system. We heard from Dr. Compton that therapeutic blood ranges for amphetamines is generally 30 and then 50 nanograms on the high end. The defendant was 166.5 nanograms per milliliter above that highest therapeutic blood range. 3 months after the collision, she tells her doctor that she had a manic episode, hearing voices, experiencing psychosis, but no longer experiencing those symptoms. And her doctor continued her on Adderall, continued her on those same medications. Again, 4/15/2021, continuing her on these same medications. 5/12/2021, not experiencing any signs or symptoms, continuing on that medication. August 12/2021, no signs or symptoms, continuing the same treatment, continuing the same medication. September 10/2021, no symptoms, continuing medication. And this is her last appointment. October 8/2021, no symptoms of mania, no hallucinations, no delusions, and again, continuing her on that same medication. But here's your second smoking gun. She has another psychotic break October 2021, presumably after her last appointment. Another second amphetamine-induced psychotic break, according to Dr. Compton. And remember, her boyfriend said this was reminiscent of the previous event on December 17th of 2020. Same type of behavior. Naked again, too. Consistent with too much amphetamine. Now, members of the jury, if you're keeping track of dates, that is 2 years after the recall, and that is over 9 months after the collision. Now, I put this on here not to make light of the situation, but seriously, may the odds be ever in your favor, because what are the odds that she has 2 batches of super potent amphetamine 9 months apart and 2 years after the recall? I mean, she's got to be the most unlucky person in the world to be getting 2 super potent batches of amphetamine. What are the odds that that's happening 9 months apart? Or is it more likely, according to her own statement, on the day this happened, on the day she killed Charles, that she was high because she took lots of drugs? Don't take my word for it, take her word for it. And then we have in 2022, her attorney asks for a letter saying that Adderall causes psychosis. This is a theory that they've been working on.
Objection, Your Honor, this is improper argument.
I'll move on. And we've been focusing on the actions of the defendant a lot. We've been analyzing everything she did that day. But I want to bring you back to the real reason, the importance of this trial. And the importance of this trial is justice for Charles Hudson. Charles Hudson was an American war hero, a veteran who helped others. He served his country, and then in civilian life, he served his community. This wasn't just some tragic car accident. This was a collision caused by the choices that this defendant made. And that's what separates a car accident from a crime. It's a crime because of the choices that she made the day before and the day of. It's a crime because she chose to get very high. It's a crime because she chose to take lots of drugs. It's a crime because she chose to get behind the wheel in that altered state and ended the life of a wonderful man. Charles Hudson deserved better. His family deserves better. I ask that you find this defendant guilty of manslaughter because she is. She told you in those records what she did that day. And voluntary intoxication is not a defense. Find her guilty of manslaughter.
Thank you, counsel. Ladies and gentlemen, you now have all the evidence in this case. You have the argument of counsel, and you have the court's charge. We're going to send you to the jury room to deliberate guilt or innocence until you arrive at a unanimous verdict. Thank you.
All rise.